Chapter 1878. Ling Xiao stepped into the Sword Immortal tomb. There was less than half an hour left before the end of the first Purgatory blood battle. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not dare to delay. He immediately used the 9 black wind inscriptions to unseal the 4th and 5th moves of the Red Sun Sword technique. After unsealing them, Ling Xiao did not try to comprehend them. Anyway, even if he left the Black Wind Canyon, he would still have the chance to comprehend them. He still had 35 black wind inscriptions left. He needed to get more things. He could not let these black wind inscriptions go to waste. Rumble! Just as he was about to leave the Sword Immortal tomb to look for other opportunities, the 5 doors of the Sword Immortal tomb suddenly merged into one and became a huge bronze door. On it were written the words, "Place of the Killing God Burial." And under the big words, there were small words. Ling Xiao took a look. It meant that the Killing God by Run was ordered to hunt down the human immortals who had defected, although he was one of the 12 human immortals under the Human King, and was extremely powerful. There were 6 of them. All of them were top human immortals: Black Wind King, Qingmeng King, Boulder King, War Dragon King, Red Sword General, Sirga Qianzu. These 6 people, led by the Black Wind King, set up a trap and fought with the Killing God by Run for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, Bai Run killed 6 people and was seriously injured. Even so, he had completed the Human King's mission. However, when Bai Run was about to leave, he was ambushed by his subordinate, and his life was in danger. His subordinate had actually been subdued by the heavenly demon and became a spy. Unfortunately, Bai Run was brave, but not smart enough. That was why he did not see through it and died. However, before he died, he left his 3 origin divine swords in the Sword Immortal tomb. He hoped that someone could get them so that they would not be lost. The so-called Origin Divine Sword was a divine sword condensed from the warrior's most essential energy. Not only was it an energy sword, but it was also a sword that recorded the warrior's lifetime of memories. Mastering one of them would allow one to master one of Bai Ren's ultimate moves. After reading all this, Ling Xiao was truly shocked. The legends of the later generations were fragmented, and the recorded history was not complete at all. There were many things that couldn't be found in books. If he hadn't unlocked the 5 movements of the Red Sun Sword technique by luck, he wouldn't have been able to activate Bai Ren's burial ground. It seemed like there were some things that really required luck. If he didn't come back, how could he have such luck? Brother Danfeng, you stay here and recuperate. I'll be right back. Ling Xiao reached out and pushed open the huge bronze door, then stepped through it. Since the text said that the Killing God White Blade had left 3 origin swords here, then it was definitely not a lie. Inside the giant bronze door, Ling Xiao saw a shocking scene. There was a blood-red skeleton sitting there. Although the flesh had long since rotted away, the skeleton was still intact. Moreover, it was not white or gray. Instead, it was blood-red with a blood-red glow. The horrible killing intent made people shudder. On the other side, there was another skeleton that had been stabbed by 3 swords. It also emitted a powerful aura. It was also the skeleton of a human immortal, but it looked much weaker than Bai Ren's. The one who was killed should be the one who betrayed Bai Run. I didn't expect that he also left behind an inheritance. It seems that before he died, the demonic power of the heavenly demon in his body dissipated, and he finally repented. Ling Xiao observed the situation inside and made a judgment. Under Bai Ren's skeleton, there was a small line of words. To obtain Bai Ren's inheritance, you need the Killing God White Blade, Martial Spirit, and 10 inscriptions. To obtain Bai Ren's skeleton and 10 inscriptions. To obtain 3 origin swords and 12 inscriptions. A total of 32 inscriptions. Ling Xiao was delighted. He still had 35 inscriptions of Black Wind left. He could get all of Byron's things. Next to the skeleton of the traitor, there were also words. Although he was not a human immortal, he betrayed Byron. He committed a grave sin. Before he died, he suddenly repented and left his inheritance for the fated person to comprehend. 8 inscriptions of Black Wind are required. Seeing this, Ling Xiao walked out of the giant bronze gate again and called Dan Feng in. At this time, Dan Feng was beside him, and Dan Feng also had enough inscriptions of Black Wind to comprehend this person's inheritance. Both of them were quite lucky. Although Ling Xiao might waste 3 inscriptions of Black Wind, nothing could be so perfect. 26 minutes left. Hurry up and comprehend it. This kind of inheritance couldn't be taken away like memory metal. He could only comprehend it on the spot. How much he could get depended entirely on his luck. Ling Xiao first took Byron's skeleton and put it into the Mountain River world. Although he didn't know what the skeleton was used for, since it required 10 inscriptions of Black Wind, it must be something extraordinary. After that, he took the 3 origin swords. The moment the origin swords entered the Mountain River world, terrifying sword light shot up to the sky and tore apart the remaining Black Wind in the sky above Black Wind Canyon. Some warriors who were closest to the canyon were injured by the terrifying sword chi and broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect that someone would get a new inheritance in the end. Lawless looked in the direction of Black Wind Canyon. According to the investigation of the Black Tortoise Temple, there should be 6 great inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. They were Black Wind, Qingmeng, Juyen, Zhanlong, Qijian, and Qianzu. However, it was very clear that 3 completely different legacies had appeared out of nowhere in the Purgatory blood battle this time. Moreover, every single one of them was extremely powerful. As for what they were, even Lawless didn't know. There was no record in the Black Tortoise Temple's information. It seemed that he had to wait until the end of the White Tiger meet to get in touch with these talented warriors. He wanted to know what kind of inheritance memories they had. After suppressing the origin swords, Ling Xiao began to comprehend Byron's inheritance. The killing god's white blade, martial soul, appeared behind his back. Then 10 Black Wind inscriptions flew out and flashed in the air. Surprisingly, it was connected to Byron's skeleton in the Mountain River world. At that moment, Ling Xiao saw Universe Tyrant once again. In the vast universe, apart from what he had seen before, there was nothing else. Another figure appeared. It was a man wearing a black iron helmet and black battle armor, with 3 long swords floating behind his back. White blade of the killing god. Ling Xiao stared fixedly at this figure. He could feel a terrifying, murderous aura that was thousands of times stronger than his own. Byron was surrounded by countless black shadows, and the black shadows still came from the dark space that had attacked the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. Ling Xiao didn't know why this space existed in his universe of tyrants, but he was sure that the things that came out of it were very powerful. Kill. Byron was brimming with killing intent. Wielding 2 origin swords, Byron charged into the enemy ranks. Her killing intent surged to the sky. This murderous aura seemed to have completely materialized. Many of the black shadows that came into contact with it were torn into pieces on the spot. Chapter 1879. The battle did not only leave Byron with scars, but it also increased his combat power. This guy was different from Imperial Heaven, Hutu. The more enemies he killed, the stronger his murderous aura became. It was as though he was an immortal. His body was covered with various weapons and blood was gushing out. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he became even more terrifying. His black armor turned red, and the 3 origin swords were also dyed red. His battle continued. rumble. In the outside world, Lawless was even more shocked. Although the 3 terrifying sword auras were terrifying, they were only sword auras after all. They did not have a consciousness. However, this time, the murderous aura that rushed out of Black Wind Canyon seemed to be alive, causing every martial artist's soul to tremble violently. Even Lawless could feel the trembling in the depths of his heart. Who is it? What kind of terrifying inheritance did they unlock? He stared at Black Wind Canyon in disbelief. However, Black Wind Canyon was currently covered in blood. All the thousand-eyed winged insects had died an unnatural death. None of them were still alive, and none of them could continue to play the scene inside. Looks like I can only investigate after the White Tiger meet ends. Fortunately, the Purgatory blood battle will end in a few minutes. The 6 great inheritances have become 9. No, it should be 10. I wonder which 10 people have become the lucky ones this time. Lawless looked at the time. He suddenly extended his right hand and announced loudly, "The first battle of the White Tiger meet, the Purgatory blood battle, has ended." As his voice fell, a huge array diagram fell into Black Wind Canyon. Then, all the martial artists who entered Black Wind Canyon were forcefully teleported out, including the corpses. Of course, the corpses were not complete. Some of the martial artists were directly eaten by beasts, while others were killed without leaving a trace. The Black Tortoise Temple is indeed powerful. They actually mastered such a magical array. When the crowd saw the martial artists who were teleported out, they were all shocked and even horrified. Very few of them had heard of the Black Tortoise Temple, let alone experienced how terrifying it was. However, this magical teleportation array told them that the Black Tortoise Temple deserved its reputation. So many people died. Everyone's attention was focused on the martial artists who were still alive. About 70 or 80 people died. It was truly tragic. The 70 to 80 people who had died were also outstanding geniuses of the 4 great empires and the Zhengyi school. Although it wasn't the best, it was still a pity. These people came to the extreme place of myriad thunders with boundless hope. They wanted to be like carps leaping over the dragon's gate for a brighter future for themselves. They all felt that they could succeed and that they wouldn't die. However, death was fair. Regardless of whether you were confident or not, you still had to die. Son, big brother, sister. Suddenly, all kinds of mournful screams rang out one after another. After all, 70 to 80 people had died. These people had family and friends. Now that they were dead, their family and friends would naturally be grieving. They would be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Many people's faces were ashen. Some were incomparably furious, while others were filled with murderous intent. What they had lost was not only their family and friends, but also the hopes of many people. Perhaps if a genius were to fall, their entire family or sect would decline and become pitiful creatures that could be bullied by anyone. For example, the Tianhai Sacred Academy. There were many warriors who had participated in the White Tiger meet, in addition to the 4 ferocious beasts and the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. There were a few others. However, these people were all killed by Ling Xiao. The higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy stared at the crowd. They weren't looking for the bodies of their disciples, but for Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was still alive, the Tianhai Sacred Academy would definitely torture Ling Xiao to death with the most painful punishment in the world. There he was. They soon found Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was talking and laughing with Dan Feng, who was beside him. He looked very happy. However, Ling Xiao's smile was so hateful and intolerable in their eyes. Old Master Hong, not only did your good grandson survive, but he also ensured that those people weren't killed. His performance this time wasn't bad, right? The sacred sword of the wine demon asked Hong Chi with a smile. Hong Chi stroked his beard and smiled very happily. He was naturally overjoyed that his grandson didn't die. Sigh, the dignified Tianhai Sacred Academy has fallen to such a state. If it were me, I would go and kill that Ling Shao right now. A strange voice sounded in the ears of the higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. They turned their heads to look. It was a guy wearing a pitch-black cloak and a mask on his face. The voice was like a woman's, but also like a man's. It was very harsh to listen to. Although they were very angry at these words, they had to admit that this person was right. Ling Shao had almost cut off all hope of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. How could they not hate him? In fact, there was another person who was even angrier than the higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. That was Wu Qinwang. Wu Qinwang was the leader of the Tianhai Empire's team this time. However, he had witnessed Ling Shao kill more than a dozen martial artists of the Tianhai Empire with his own eyes. Now, in the Tianhai Empire, besides the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire led by Ling Shao, there were only 6 people left: Tianhai Tyranny, Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Lu Lian, Xiao Budian, and Ko Xiling. Most of the rest were killed by Ling Shao, and some were killed by other martial artists. This directly led to the Tianhai Empire suffering the heaviest losses in this purgatory blood battle. As the person directly in charge, how could he not be angry? The number of participants in this purgatory blood battle reached 155, but now there were only 78 people left. The death toll was as high as 77 people, which was almost half of the total. The 4 great empires and the Zhengyi school had suffered great losses. However, most of the losses of the Tianhai Empire were on Ling Zhao's head. This was something that Wu Qinwang couldn't accept. Of course, none of the 13 top geniuses had died, and it was obvious that they had all benefited. Ling Shao suddenly turned to look at the 100-eyed demon lord of the Zhengyi school, Wu Long, and revealed a mocking smile. As one of the 13 top geniuses, Wu Long had nearly died twice in Black Wind Canyon at the hands of Ling Shao. Fortunately, Zui Linglong and Feng Fei had come to his rescue and saved his life. He looked at Wu Long, and Wu Long stared back at him with an extremely cold gaze. In his heart, Wu Long hated Ling Shao to the bone. This time, he had received divine, Lord Qianzu's legacy, one of the 6 great inheritances. This would allow his strength to break through even more quickly. Because of the limited conditions in Black Wind Canyon, he couldn't kill Ling Shao. Instead, he was humiliated by Ling Shao. But now that he was out, he would never let Ling Shao and the people by Ling Zhao's side off. Chapter 1880. Wu Long swore that he would let those insignificant fellows know the terrible consequences of offending him. If he didn't kill Ling Shao and all his friends, he would never be able to quench the hatred in his heart. Ling Shao, get out here. Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd. Prince Wu and Prince Yin walked out. The shout came from none other than Prince Wu. He felt that, as the leader of the Sky Sea Empire, he had to at least do something to stop Ling Shao from being too arrogant. If possible, he hoped that Heavenly Sea Tyranny could act and kill Ling Shao. Take him seriously. HM? 100-eyed demon, Lord Wu Long heard Prince Wu's shout and smiled. He hadn't expected Ling Shao to have offended so many people. He hadn't even made a move yet, but there were already people who couldn't hold themselves back. Ling Shao ignored Prince Wu. He didn't even glance at him. Instead, he continued to discuss something with Dan Feng. This made Prince Wu feel like he had lost face. Your Highness Crown Prince, you must know that Ling Shao has brutally killed more than 10 of Sky Sea Empire's martial artists. If he isn't properly punished, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Prince Wu was embarrassed to see Ling Shao ignore him. However, he wasn't as strong as Ling Shao, and he didn't dare to rashly attack. He could only ask for Heavenly Sea Tyranny's help. Heavenly Sea Tyranny closed his eyes, as if comprehending something. The Crown Princess said coldly, "Just do as you wish. If he dares to act, we will naturally stand up for you." "Many thanks to your Highness Crown Prince, Crown Princess." After receiving the Crown Princess's promise, Prince Wu's attitude became even more arrogant. He pointed at Ling Xiao and roared, "Ling Xiao, if you're a man, stand up. Don't be a coward." "Ling Xiao, get the hell out here." Sky-Sea Holy Court's higher-ups also roared, "Execute Ling Xiao on the spot." Water God Temple's sect master Tianhai Mingwesh shouted, "This child's crimes are unforgivable." White Horse's king roared, "If this thief isn't eliminated, Sky-Sea Empire can forget about getting any results at the White Tiger Gathering." The people of the Heavenly Demon Cult were also jeering. "Ha ha, Ling Xiao, weren't you arrogant? Why are you like a mouse with its tail between its legs, not daring to make a sound?" The 100-eyed demon, Monarch Wu, Long laughed heartily. Seeing that Ling Xiao was being ridiculed by the crowd, he naturally wanted to join in. "Hee, that's still better than you, the #1 coward in the world. What face do you have to mock me?" Ling Xiao slowly stood up and looked disdainfully at the 100-eyed demon, Lord Wulong. "Brat, I dare you to say that again. Don't forget, this isn't Blackwind Gorge anymore. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" 100-eyed demon Monarch Wulong roared fiercely. "You've said the same thing twice before, and both times you ran away with your tail between your legs. Hee, I wonder what will happen this time." Ling Xiao calmly looked at the 100-eyed demon Monarch Wulong, completely fearless. "Enough. Participants are not allowed to kill each other outside of the competition. Otherwise, they will be disqualified." Lawless harumphed coldly. These words were very interesting. In other words, those who weren't participants were allowed to kill each other. This was obviously a hint to someone. "Brat, I'll spare you now, but you'll die in the second battle." Wulong harumphed coldly and sat back down. "A coward will always be a coward. It's the same no matter when." Ling Xiao sneered and turned to look at the martial prince, ignoring the 100-eyed demon Monarch Wulong was so angry that his face turned pale. However, he really didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao under lawless eyes. "How do you want to punish me?" Ling Xiao asked the martial prince. The martial prince was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask such a question. He thought that Ling Xiao would argue. After a while, he clenched his teeth and said, "Killing a participant from the same country should be executed." Executed, right? Tianhai Tyranny and the Crown Princess killed participants from the same country in order to increase their cultivation. Do you dare to execute them? Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. This question stumped Wu Qinhuang. "Brat, you're just a commoner. How can you be compared to the Honorable Crown Prince and the Crown Princess? Even if those people died, they did it willingly." One of the higher-ups of Tianhai Holy Institution said, "That's right, that's the reason." The martial prince agreed. Hee, such a shameless reason. But it doesn't matter. Martial prince, if you want to kill me, then come. I'll give you 3 moves. I won't attack. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, "Are you serious?" The martial prince thought, although he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent, if he just stood there and let him attack, even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could at least injure him. This way, he wouldn't lose face. If the emperor asked him in the future, it would be easier to answer. "Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm like your royal family, going back on my words?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Ling Xiao, speak clearly. How can we, the royal family's martial artists, go back on our words?" The crown princess asked coldly. "You need me to say it? You promised to protect the wind demon sacred sword, but he was still killed by me. If this isn't going back on your words, then what is, or perhaps what the crown prince said before was just a lie? Ling Xiao glanced at the crown princess. Without waiting for her to refute, he looked at the martial prince and said, "Do it. If you don't want to, then forget it. But after that, shut your stinky mouth." "You asked for it." The martial prince sneered and slowly approached Ling Xiao. He was slow because he needed to accumulate internal energy to give Ling Xiao his strongest attack. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. He wanted to kill him when he returned from the underground world. But because he couldn't kill the martial artists at that time, he held back. But now, he had a reason and opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, he wouldn't give up. Moreover, he clearly felt that Ling Xiao's strength had a breakthrough. If this guy continued to improve, the crown prince and the crown princess wouldn't be able to suppress him in the future. So, he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. When he was 3 to 4 meters away from Ling Xiao, the martial prince's body had completely transformed into the crocodile god form. The huge claws shone with a shocking cold light and killing intent. "Die. You will definitely regret what you did today." The huge crocodile god brandished its terrifying claws. The yin and yang origin power boiled and roared. The powerful aura had not even touched Ling Xiao, but it had already exploded with a shocking power. Many martial artists in the vicinity dodged, afraid that they would be affected by this attack. "Brother Ling." Dan Feng didn't leave and called out, "Go away first. I will play with him." Ling Xiao waved his hand, indicating that Dan Feng didn't need to care about this. He had his own reasons for taking the martial prince's 3 attacks head-on. The first reason was that he wanted to test how strong his evolved mystic world body was in the outside world. The second reason was that he could openly kill this Wu Qinwang. Chapter 1881. Just like how Wu Qinwang wanted to kill Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao had wanted to kill Wu Qinwang a long time ago too. Wu Qinwang kept provoking him and causing trouble for him. He could not take it anymore. If he did not kill this troublesome fellow, he would feel like there were bugs buzzing in his ears all day. That being said, killing the martial prince was also a warning to the rest of the factions that were hostile toward him, to let them know that they would have to bear a great risk if they were to attack him, which could result in their deaths. Wu Long looked at this scene coldly and revealed an interested smile. He wanted to see how long this arrogant Ling Xiao could last under Wu Qinwang's fist. Wu Qinwang was a 12th level yin-yang martial artist, after all. He must have a Dharma treasure on him. Ling Xiao was asking for trouble, since he dared to boast that he would not attack. Everyone stared at Wu Qinwang's huge crocodile claw. They wanted to know how big of an effect this attack would have. Boom! The terrifying claw slapped Ling Xiao's head. The huge impact created a huge crater where Ling Xiao was standing. However, Ling Xiao stood there and levitated. He even had a mocking smile on his face. What? Wu Qinwang was shocked. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had attacked in his crocodile form. Even a 13th level yin-yang martial artist would not dare to take this attack head-on, let alone stand there and let him hit him. Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level yin-yang martial artist. How could he be so terrifying? Also, his claw did not feel like it was hitting a person. It felt more like it was hitting diamond, meteoric iron. Not only was there no effect, but it also caused him great pain. He was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone else who saw this was stunned too. What was going on with Ling Xiao's defense? Are you tickling me? Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qinwang with a mocking expression. Impossible. The martial prince simply could not believe the scene before his eyes. In his rage, he actually opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's head. Crack! Such an attack was met with a mouth full of broken teeth. It's already been 2 moves. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Ling Xiao still looked at Wu Qinhuang with disdain, unmoving like a mountain. Prince Wu, calm down. Don't waste this opportunity. Use all the magic treasures you have. Just as Prince Wu's mind was in such a mess that he didn't know what to do, the crown princess voice rang out. He had to admit that this woman was really amazing. At this moment, Wu Qinhuang really needed these words. After calming down, Prince Wu nodded and returned to his half-crocodile state. Only in this state and human form could he use magic treasures. A strange weapon flew out from his storage ring. It was like a sword, but also like a knife. However, it looked more like the teeth of some kind of monster. This is a magic treasure made from our ancestors' teeth. It's already a fine spirit weapon. With the crocodile god's power, even a 16th level yin-yang martial artist would definitely die in one hit. Prince Wu looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "Fear, Ling Xiao, you don't have the chance to regret. This is my strongest attack, and also my greatest trump card." He really wanted to see fear on Ling Xiao's face. This was because watching Ling Xiao being killed in fear would definitely be more exciting than this. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao picked his ears and blew away the earwax on his fingers. He said impatiently, "So much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not?" At that moment, everyone saw Prince Wu's embarrassed expression. To cover up this embarrassment, Prince Wu finally attacked. He mobilized all the yin-yang energy in his body and injected it into the crocodile god's teeth. Then, he stabbed it towards Ling Xiao's throat. Even though the weapon in his hand was extremely powerful, he still planned to attack Ling Xiao's weakest point for safety's sake. Kill! The cold crocodile god's teeth pierced Ling Xiao's throat. Finally, blood dripped out. This scene made Ling Xiao's friends nervous. However, it made Ling Xiao's enemies excited. They wanted to see Ling Xiao being killed the most. Unfortunately, they were disappointed once again. Your attack is not bad. Unfortunately, you only managed to injure my skin. Ling Xiao reached out calmly and gently grabbed the crocodile god's teeth. 3 moves have passed. You've wasted your chance. Now it's my turn. What? You didn't say anything like that just now. Prince Wu panicked. He thought Ling Xiao gave him 3 moves because he was afraid and did not dare to go against so many people. But now he understood. Ling Xiao gave him 3 moves to give him a reason to be killed. I didn't say it just now, but I did say it before. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them regardless of the reason. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qinhuang with a hint of contempt. What a fool. He actually thought that he could hit him 3 times for no reason? Ling Xiao, do you know the consequences of killing Prince Wu? The crown princess coldly looked at Ling Xiao and questioned. Ling Xiao, will do what I want to do. How can I allow others to tell me what to do? Consequences? That's something you should think about, not me. He coldly glanced at the crown princess and suddenly looked at Prince Wu. In that instant, a suffocating killing intent shot out from his body. This killing intent was like a poisonous insect that entered Prince Wu's body. It planted the seed of fear deep into Prince Wu's soul realm. What's going on? This guy's killing intent. Why does it seem to have gotten stronger? Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao knew that Ling Xiao's killing intent was extremely terrifying. However, the murderous aura he felt today was even more terrifying than before. Could it be that he got the last inheritance? Lawless frowned and looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. If this guy got the inheritance, it would be hard to control him. Die! Ling Xiao looked at Prince Wu with disdain. He did not even make a move. His terrifying killing intent turned into a huge sword and pierced Prince Wu's body. No, I don't want to die. Prince Wu felt the killing intent enter his body, and his whole body spasmed. The shadow of death had completely shrouded him. If you don't want to die, it's not up to you. Boom. In that instant, the terrifying killing intent caused Prince Wu's body to explode. Blood rained down from the sky, but not a single drop fell on Ling Xiao. Withdrawing his killing intent, Ling Xiao sat back down as if nothing had happened. I've troubled everyone to watch a boring trick. Let's continue. Boring trick. Everyone felt that it was ridiculous. After all, they had witnessed the shocking scene earlier with their very own eyes. If that scene was not shocking enough, they could not think of anything else that would be. Chapter 1882. A 12th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist had used a weapon that could kill a 16th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, but he had only scratched this guy's skin a little. On the other hand, Ling Xiao did not even use any techniques. He merely relied on his killing intent to kill this 12th level Yin-Yang martial artist. If this was not shocking enough, what else could be more shocking? Ling Xiao must have obtained some benefits in Black Wind Canyon. Everyone thought of this at the same time. After all, they were not stupid. They could not think of anything else other than the inherited memories in Black Wind Canyon that allowed Ling Xiao to display greater strength than before. This little guy is getting more and more powerful. It seems like he will surpass me soon. Hong Qi said with a smile. He could not hide the joy on his face. In that case, you can be at ease and reincarnate into the world, right? The Jiao Mo sword looked at Hong Qi and asked, yes, the rebirth realm is more special than any other realm. It's the beginning of rebirth. It's a leap from a mortal to an immortal. I really have to prepare to reincarnate into the world. Hong Qi smiled. His cultivation had recovered very smoothly. He estimated that he would be able to reach the rebirth realm soon. At that time, he would not be able to take care of Ling Xiao for a while. This was also the reason why he did not want to see Ling Xiao before. Now that he saw his grandson's cultivation improve so quickly, he did not have to worry about Ling Xiao being bullied in the future. They were happy, but the Tianhai Saint institution's higher-ups and the crown princess did not look so happy. Not only did Ling Xiao kill the Tianhai Saint institution's people, but he also killed Wu Qinhuang in front of them. This person was truly audacious, and his strength had risen so quickly. Would they really be able to control him in the future? Lawless also narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao for a while. He felt very conflicted. After a long time, he raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop talking. He said loudly, the remaining 78 people in the Purgatory Blood Battle are the participants in the second round of the treasure hunt. Those who didn't benefit from the first battle would still have a chance in the second battle. Therefore, those with bad luck need not feel discouraged. You will be given 1 day and 1 night to rest. Make sure to recover your energy and gather in front of the myriad lightning desolate ground, the myriad devil graveyard. That was where the second battle would take place. Disperse. Lawless waved his hand, and a spinning halo appeared in the air. He stepped into it and disappeared. Now that he was in a hurry to return to the Black Tortoise Temple to report the situation of the Purgatory Blood Battle, he had to mention Ling Xiao again. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying aura on his body became even more intense. One could even feel the aura of the Black Wind Canyon mixed in. He obtained the Black Wind King's inherited memories. Ling Xiao was all too familiar with this aura, because he had inherited the legacy memories of the god of slaughter White Blade. He was naturally familiar with the aura of the 6 traitorous human immortals. Your Highness Crown Prince, Ling Xiao killed Wu Qinhuang. The Crown Princess looked at Tyranny Tianhai and said excitedly, I got it. Tyranny Tianhai, glanced at the liquor demon sword in the distance. If the liquor demon sword wasn't here, he would have attacked Ling Xiao at all costs. It wasn't because Ling Xiao didn't give him face and killed the sacred sword. It wasn't because Ling Xiao killed Wu Qinhuang. It was because he felt the pressure from Ling Xiao. If he didn't get rid of this person, there would be endless trouble in the future. Let's go. He didn't look back and flew into the sky. Killing Ling Xiao could be done in the white tiger meat. There was no need to do it now. Ling Xiao, you better not let me meet you in the treasure hunt, or you'll definitely die. The crown princess stomped her feet and chased after him. Hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long also glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Even if the crown princess can't kill you, I will. Just wait and see." With that, he also turned and left. It wasn't easy to get a day and night's rest. He had to seize the opportunity to comprehend divine Lord Qianzu's legacy in Black Wind Canyon. Feng Fei didn't spare Ling Xiao a glance. She seemed to be even more arrogant than Tyranny Tianhai. Even though Ling Xiao had displayed such powerful strength, such terrifying talent, and such comprehension ability, she was still very indifferent. This woman might be even scarier than Tyranny Tianhai. The others left as well. There was no need to stay here any longer. Returning to their residences and resting would be better than staying here. He watched Feng Fei's departing figure. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. With fewer people in the second battle, his situation would be even more dangerous. He had to seize the time to increase his strength. He still hadn't comprehended the last two moves of the Scarlet Sun sword art. He had only scratched the surface of the Death God White Blade and Imperial Heaven Huda's legacy memories. These were all things that could increase his strength in the shortest amount of time. "How are you guys? Is everyone all right?" Ling Xiao looked at his comrades. These people had different opportunities. Mo Yu, Zhu Xiaocong, Ji Luoyu, and Feng Minglian didn't have high innate talent and comprehension. They only received a few minor inheritances that increased their strength. Still, it was good enough that they survived. Cold Plum's situation was better than the other four. She received a few mid-level inheritances, which was acceptable. Thanks to Ling Xiao's help, Dan Feng received the Judgment Immortal's legacy. Although it didn't belong to any of the 6 legacy memories, it wasn't inferior. It was estimated that as long as Dan Feng worked hard, he would be able to improve quickly. The ones who benefited the most were Long Chun, Blue Snow, and Hong Yu. All 3 of them received the War Dragon King's legacy and were clearly stronger than before. Besides the Death God White Blade's legacy, the rest of the inheritances in Black Wind Canyon could be studied repeatedly. It wasn't strange that the 3 of them received them at the same time. Lu Lian received the Scarlet Sword General's legacy, which was Ling Xiao's Scarlet Sun sword art. However, what she comprehended was naturally different. Her innate talent and comprehension weren't inferior to Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanshuang. Hence, the benefits she received in Black Wind Canyon weren't inferior to those 2. All in all, Ling Xiao's people were quite lucky this time. As for the 13 top geniuses, each of them received 1 or 2 high-level inheritances, which were the 6 major inheritances. Only Ling Xiao received 2 of the top inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. Others couldn't compare with him. Hee, congratulations. Brother Ling, seeing how that Wu Long is gnashing his teeth in hatred towards you, I know that you must have obtained a great benefit. Sun Lingchan walked over with a smile. She was very close to Ling Xiao, so she didn't care about others' opinions. It's SOSO. How about you, Miss Sun? Ling Xiao asked. Not bad. I received the Boulder King's legacy, which is also one of the 6 major inheritances. Sun Lingchan didn't hide anything from Ling Xiao. Chapter 1883. In fact, Ling Xiao had already predicted that Sun Lingchan would obtain one of the 6 great inheritances. Before entering Black Wind Canyon, all the warriors in the 16 caves had a chance to obtain one of the high-level inheritances. Of course, it was also possible for someone to stumble and fail miserably. However, it seemed that this time there really wasn't such a case. In that case, none of the geniuses in this year's competition were weak. Congratulations, Miss Sunday! Whether or not Tianhai Empire can achieve good results will depend on you, Mu Wanshuang, Lu Lian, Xiao Budian, and that Tianhai tyranny. Although I don't like Tianhai tyranny, I have to admit that they are strong. Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Why is there no crown princess?" Sun Lingchan asked in confusion, "Because she's going to die soon." Ling Xiao's expression suddenly turned cold. He had given the crown princess a chance, but she didn't cherish it. He absolutely could not tolerate a person who wanted to kill him at every moment to continue living. He probably couldn't kill Tianhai tyranny yet. However, he still had some confidence in dealing with the crown princess. Sun Lingchan froze for a moment, then smiled. "If you need anything, just let me know. I'll definitely help." "Thank you. Then goodbye." Sun Lingchan also stepped into the air and left. Almost everyone who obtained the inheritances had only scratched the surface in Black Wind Canyon. At most, they had only achieved a small success. Now that they had a day and night, they probably wanted to quickly comprehend more and improve their strength. "You guys should return to Tsangjing Temple first. Senior Liquor Demon's sword and my grandfather are guarding there. It's safer to cultivate there." Ling Xiao looked at Dan Feng and the others and said, "What about you, Master?" Cold Plum asked. "Me? I'm going to stay in Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground. Because the memories I obtained are a bit special, I have to stay near Black Wind Canyon to get more benefits." Ling Xiao replied. Although he had been teleported out of Black Wind Canyon, it didn't mean that he couldn't go back in. He believed that if he returned to Black Wind Canyon to cultivate, the effects would be better. "Big Brother Ling, you have to be careful. Those people have been watching you." Long Chun pointed at the martial artists of the Tianhai Sacred Academy and said, "I just heard that during the Purgatory Blood Battle, they actually tried to kill Old Master Hong and Senior Wine Demon Sword. They even cursed a lot of unpleasant words. In the end, Senior Liquor Demon Sword killed many people." Ling Xiao looked at the people of the Tianhai Sacred Institute and said coldly, "Seeing that you guys are pitiful, I don't plan to kill you all, but I hope that you guys can take care of yourselves. Otherwise, the Tianhai Sacred Institute will be removed from the White Tiger continent from now on." "Bastard, aren't you just relying on the might of the demonic liquor sword to intimidate others? How dare you look down on our Tianhai Academy?" The vice headmaster of the Tianhai Sacred Academy, Heretical Wind Demon, glared at Ling Xiao and roared in anger. "So, what if you're trying to intimidate others? If you don't have the ability, then just cower." Ling Xiao looked at Heretical Wind Demon with contempt and sneered, "If you have the ability, then come and kill me. If you don't, then don't try to scare me." Heretical Wind Demon's cultivation wasn't weak. He was a half-step rebirth realm expert. Ling Xiao still had some difficulties facing him now. However, Heretical Wind Demon would probably stop here for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, still had a chance to continue improving his cultivation. This was his advantage. At the very least, even without the help of the demonic liquor sword, he wouldn't be killed by Heretical Wind Demon. Therefore, he had the confidence to face this old man. Heretical Wind Demon was so angry that his face turned red. However, with the demonic liquor sword, he didn't dare to attack. Even if he had endless anger in his heart, he had to hold it in. Ling Xiao entered Black Wind Canyon first. The demonic liquor sword and Hong Qi escorted the others back to the Cangjing Temple to cultivate. Ling Xiao was actually the least worried about himself, even if he couldn't deal with the enemy now. As long as the opponent wasn't a rebirth realm expert, he would have a chance to survive. Moreover, the probability of this was very high, especially after comprehending the inheritance memories of the Imperial Heaven Hutu. His mystic world body had become extremely powerful. It was really not that easy for anyone to injure him. At this time, the sky had yet to turn completely dark. However, Black Wind Canyon was once again enveloped by black wind. But what was interesting was that Ling Xiao was actually no longer restricted by the black wind when he stepped into this Black Wind Canyon. The way he saw it, that black wind was likely an opportunity left behind by the human king. Even the 6 great inheritances and the 2 great hidden peak inheritances were likely deliberately left behind by the human king. Otherwise, who could set it up so exquisitely? After all, this myriad lightning extreme place was the masterpiece of the human king. He already obtained 2 great peak inheritances now, fulfilling the human king's expectations. The black wind naturally no longer had any effect. He even suspected that the purgatory blood battle might not be able to be carried out here in the future. However, this had nothing to do with him. After entering Black Wind Canyon, Ling Xiao found the Sword Immortal Tomb and started comprehending the General Scarlet Sword's inheritance. To be precise, after the 5 moves of the Scarlet Sun Sword art merged, it would be the complete General Scarlet Sword's inheritance. Lu Lian was the same as him, obtaining the same 5 memory medals and also comprehending the General Scarlet Sword's inheritance. It was just that the same person, the things comprehended were naturally different. From Ling Xiao's point of view, General Scarlet Sword had 2 great ultimate skills. One was the fast and slow sword intent. The other was the Scarlet Sun Sword intent. The fast and slow sword intent was the essence of the first 3 moves of the Scarlet Sun Sword art. Dawn on the horizon, fast and slow combination. Scarlet Sun Flash, fast to the limit. Scarlet Sun Vortex, slow to the limit. The last 2 moves were the essence of the Scarlet Sun Sword intent. The 4th move was a Scarlet Red Long Sword, which was also General Scarlet Sword's origin sword, Scarlet Blood Sword. The Scarlet Long Sword was born in the blood pool. Once released, it would be like a scarlet sun, able to instantly roast the enemy dry up. All the blood energy would be absorbed into the Scarlet Blood Sword. This was also the origin of the Scarlet Long Sword. The 5th move was General Scarlet Sword's strongest ultimate skill. It merged the Scarlet Sun Sword intent and the fast and slow sword intent, as well as his lifelong ultimate skill. It was also a sword, the Scarlet Sun Sword. Once this sword appeared, heaven and earth would change color, turning the sky into a blood-red color. The enemy might not even be able to detect anything, and would have already died under the terrifying Scarlet Sun Sword Chi. General Scarlet Sword practiced the sword all his life, and was extremely powerful, second only to the immemorial 12 human immortals. In terms of sword arts and sword intent, he only lost to 2 people. One was the killing god by Run, and the other was the human king. The 6 great inheritances were very powerful. Ling Xiao didn't touch the killing god by Ren's inherited memories for the time being, because he felt that Bai Ren's blood bone was forming a strange connection with his martial soul. Although he didn't know whether this connection was good or bad, he didn't want to stop it. Anyway, General Scarlet Sword's inheritance alone was enough for him to study for a long time. The first 3 moves focused on comprehending the fast and slow sword intent. Ling Xiao had already grasped the essence, and if he wanted to increase his proficiency, he could only do it in real combat. As for the last 2 moves, they were more difficult to comprehend than the first 2. because the last two moves not only merged the fast and slow sword intent, but also the Scarlet Sun sword intent. These were the two origin swords that General Scarlet Sword had comprehended, and he needed to study them carefully. Chapter 1884. It was already late at night, and Ling Xiao was still sitting cross-legged in the Sword Immortal tomb. Above his head, there was a scarlet-red sword. A terrifying sword chi enveloped his entire body. The surrounding rocks were actually completely flattened by this invisible sword chi. At this moment, Ling Xiao was immersed in the scarlet blood sword of General Scarlet Sword. The comprehension of the fourth move of the Scarlet Sun Sword art had already lasted for almost 2 hours. However, the deeper he comprehended, the more he discovered its mystical aspects. In his world, it was as if there was only him and the scarlet-red sword left. Return. Abruptly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The crimson longsword pierced into his body and then disappeared. The origin sword was not a real sword. It was a sword-shaped attack condensed from the origin energy. The energy and the sword intent completely merged into one. It would only appear when using a move. At that moment, Ling Xiao's divine radiant sword would transform into the scarlet blood sword and then produce an unbelievable effect. The comprehension of the scarlet blood sword has ended. Next, it should be the blood sun sword. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. The blood sun sword was stronger than the scarlet blood sword and also harder to comprehend. Therefore, Ling Xiao was not willing to waste time. The blood sun sword was General Scarlet Sword's strongest skill in his life. Ling Xiao was very clear that with his current strength, it would be difficult to cultivate it to the highest level. However, as long as he could comprehend a little, it would be able to greatly increase his battle strength. With his eyes closed, his body seemed to float in the universe. In this universe, there was nothing else. There was only a blood sun sword that was shining with a scarlet light hanging upside down there. The sword did not move, but a powerful sword intent was released. Ling Xiao was able to comprehend General Scarlet Sword's life from the sword intent. Although this was a judgment immortal, his martial arts path was very powerful. Inside the Sword Immortal tomb, a scarlet light flashed around Ling Xiao's body. A strange sword intent began to spread in all directions. This sword intent was blazing hot and murderous. The surrounding rocks and plants were not cut off, but directly melted. The essence of the red sun sword essence was heat. This was similar to the divine radiance sword. However, the blood sun sword was definitely not just hot. Within its heat was an extremely powerful killing intent. There was even a strong smell of blood. Sometimes, light did not mean holiness. Perhaps it was even bloodier than darkness. Ling Xiao felt as if he could see the battle between General Scarlet Sword and the ancient beasts on the primordial battlefield. He roared furiously, and a blood sun sword appeared above his head. In that instant, the blood sun sword released a blood-red light that illuminated the entire land. Then, his enemies all fell into a pool of blood. The terrifying smell of blood didn't leave. Instead, it fused with the bloody sun sword and was absorbed by it, causing the bloody sun sword to become even more powerful. I'm afraid that General Scarlet Sword has long been in cahoots with the heavenly demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate such an evil sword technique. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, he did not care if the sword technique was evil or not. To him, there was no clear dividing line between good and evil. Just like light and shadow, they would always seep into each other. Only when there was light would there be shadow. Only when there was shadow could the magic of light be reflected. Of course, such an evil sword technique was not elegant. To Ling Xiao, it was just a means to increase his strength. It was not his main cultivation direction. His cultivation direction had always followed the guidance of the human king, which was to first complete the 15 stages of the light and shadow profound meaning. Now, he had only completed the 12th stage. He was still 3 steps away from completing it, but they were also the most difficult 3 steps. If not for the fact that it was too difficult, he would not have diverted his attention to other martial arts. Now that he needed a powerful battle strength, he had to increase his own battle techniques. The Red Sun Sword technique was a great supplement to the Divine Radiance Sword. The inheritance of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Hutu could increase his body's battle strength to the greatest extent. As for the inheritance of the Killing God White Blade, he was prepared to fuse it into the light and shadow profound meaning to prepare for the next step. The night was silent, but it was not quiet. In the dark black wind canyon, there were countless figures scurrying around. The Purgatory Blood Battle assessment had already ended. Therefore, as long as one met the requirements, they could enter to search for opportunities. However, these figures seemed to have something in common. All of them wore pitch-black cloaks with a ferocious heavenly demon pattern on them. If someone saw it, they would definitely recognize that it was the symbol of the heavenly demon cult. The heavenly demon cult had always acted strangely. It was one of the most mysterious sects on the White Tiger mainland. Their strength had never been known to outsiders. Even Ling Xiao only knew that the headquarters of the heavenly demon cult was located at the Demon Mountain. To put it bluntly, he was lucky to be able to escape that time because the heavenly demon cult did not treat him as a real threat. Otherwise, the people who went to kill him would be even stronger. He heard from Prince Yun that a martial artist at the 14th level of the Yinyang realm did not have a high status in the heavenly demon cult. It could even be said that they were only outer disciples. As for the heavenly demon cult leader, it was very likely that he was in the midst of reincarnation. Others did not dare to provoke the Black Tortoise Temple, but the heavenly demon cult did not seem to be afraid. Tonight, they came to Black Wind Canyon for 2 purposes. One was to steal all the inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. The other was to kill Ling Xiao. This was because someone had personally witnessed Ling Xiao entering Black Wind Canyon to cultivate. The short figure was the chief commander of the operation this time. At that moment, he was looking coldly at the temple where Sir God Qianzu's inheritance was. He waved his hand lightly, and immediately a few figures scuttled out. After a while, these people used some unknown method and carried out a gigantic 1,000-legged insect fossil from the temple. The 1,000-legged insect fossil was Sir God Qianzu's inheritance. If one wanted to obtain his inheritance and memory, they could only do so through the fossil. The short figure glanced at the 1,000-legged insect fossil and waved his hand. A tiny insect flew out from his hand and entered the fossil. After a while, the insect flew out again. There were strange inscriptions on it. Ha ha ha! I will take all the inheritances that all of you fought so hard for. The short figure sneered and kept the insect in his body. At that moment, his abilities obviously increased by a level. Who is it? Suddenly, he looked into the distance. It was a graceful figure that was currently flying over. As expected, the heavenly demon cult's methods are all evil. But I'm very curious. How did you manage to raise such a terrifying insect in such a small body? The newcomer didn't seem to mind the heavenly demon cult members looking at her. Instead, she began to talk to herself. The heavenly demon cult members were about to attack when the short figure stopped them. That person stared at the woman and said, "Feng Fei, you want to stop me?" The newcomer was the most outstanding of the 13 top geniuses. Feng Fei, chapter 1885. Are you going to stop me? The short figure asked coldly. I'm not interested in that. A legacy like yours won't be able to reach the level of elegance. It's not as good as my eyes. Feng Fei said mildly, "Actually, I'm more interested in your true identity." "My true identity? Haven't you always known? I'm the Sky Devil cult's Xiao Badian, one of the 7 little saints of the Tianhai Empire." The short figure chuckled. "You're not." Feng Fei smiled, then continued to walk forward. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in what you're doing. I only came here to find something." So speaking, her figure had already disappeared into the distance. Xiao Badian stared fixedly at Feng Fei's departing figure and suddenly exhaled. "This woman is truly frightening, but once I obtain all 6 inheritances, even if you want to stop me from taking first place, don't think you'll have an easy time. Keep moving. You'll split into teams and steal the remaining 5 inheritances. My little ones will help you." He turned and waved his hand, and the 5 blood-red insects followed the sky demon cultists towards the 5 great legacies. Then he flew towards the underground palace where Ling Xiao had obtained the Imperial Heaven Hutu's inheritance. That underground palace was a new discovery. None of the 6 great inheritances had been here before. But judging from the strength Ling Xiao had displayed, there might be something worth paying attention to within the palace. There might even be inheritances stronger than the 6 great inheritances. At the same time, the Sky Devil cult members had already begun to move. The Boulder King, Black Wind King, Green Mang King, War Dragon King, and General Scarlet Sword's inheritances were all visited by these thieves. Aside from the Sword Immortal Tomb, where General Scarlet Sword was, the Sky Devil cult members moved smoothly in the other places, with the help of the blood-red insects, and the fact that no one was cultivating in those 4 places. There were no obstacles. Naturally, they wouldn't encounter any trouble. However, in the Sword Immortal Tomb, they encountered unexpected trouble. The members of the Heavenly Demon cult knew that Ling Xiao was cultivating in Black Wind Canyon, but they did not know where exactly Ling Xiao was. A Heavenly Demon cult martial artist entered the Sword Immortal Tomb to investigate the situation. Suddenly, he saw Ling Xiao sitting there with his eyes closed. A ferocious sneer appeared on his face. He naturally knew Ling Xiao since he was an enemy of the Heavenly Demon cult. He believed that if he could kill Ling Xiao here, or even capture Ling Xiao alive, his position in the Sky Demon cult would definitely rise as a result. He cautiously approached Ling Xiao, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He then stabbed it towards Ling Xiao's back. The dagger was black, not because it was cool, but because this color was more suitable for hiding in the dark, just like how they were all dressed in black. However, this stab was exchanged with a shrill scream. The Heavenly Demon cult martial artist looked at his right hand that was bleeding profusely, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. He was still 3 meters away from Ling Xiao, but he was attacked by an unknown sword aura. The sword chi was so powerful that it cut off his palm in an instant. The Heavenly Demon cult martial artist clutched at his heart, feeling extremely terrified. He turned and fled outside, hoping that his teammates could come in to deal with Ling Xiao. However, the moment he turned, Ling Xiao's closed eyes slowly opened a slit. At that moment, a terrifying sword aura was released from his body, directly enveloping the Heavenly Demon cult martial artist. The blood-red light instantly destroyed the Heavenly Demon cult martial artist. There was only a strong smell of blood left in the air. The smell of blood was absorbed by the bloody sun sword above Ling Xiao's head, and all of it was poured into it. The bloody sun sword was clearly stronger. Ling Xiao closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps to him, the attack just now was just a subconscious defense, as if he had killed a mosquito that had accidentally entered a spider's web. The sword immortal mound instantly returned to normal, and the bloody sun sword returned to Ling Xiao's body. Only a faint red light continued to flicker on his body, emitting a strange and evil aura. The heavenly demon cult martial artists guarding outside the sword immortal mound were stunned. "Did you hear the scream just now?" The other three nodded. "Let's go in and take a look, but don't split up. If I'm not wrong, Ling Xiao should be cultivating in the sword immortal mound." The leader of the group analyzed. "Should we send a signal to the little guy?" One of them asked. "Are you stupid? The little guy is comprehending the inheritance in the underground palace. Where would he have the time to come here? Let's not rely on him for everything. Ling Xiao is just one person. Are the four of us not a match for him?" The leader scolded. "Yes." The other three thought about it and agreed. The three of them were 15th level Yin-Yang realm experts. Although Ling Xiao could kill the 12th level Yin-Yang realm martial prince, he could also kill their 14th level Yin-Yang realm companion. However, he might not be a match for the three of them. Sometimes greed could really cost one's life. This saying was not false at all. The leader's words sounded nice, as he did not want to disturb the little guy. But deep down, he wanted to take the opportunity to take Ling Xiao's life and contribute greatly to the heavenly demon cult. That way, his position in the heavenly demon cult might not be inferior to the little guy. The little guy had not joined the heavenly demon cult for long, but his talent was shocking. He did not want to be ordered around by a child like that. The four of them reached a consensus and stepped into the sword immortal mound at the same time. Soon, they saw Ling Xiao cultivating there. Ling Xiao was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if he did not notice the four of them at all. The corpses of their companions were nowhere to be seen. There was not even the slightest smell of blood in the air, which made them wonder if someone had really died here before. Ling Xiao's body released a faint red light. However, martial artists with good eyesight would notice that there was a protective shield formed by invisible sword qi within 3 meters of him. The person who ambushed him did not notice the sword qi shield and had his hand cut off. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao. "Don't get close to him first. Let me try." The leading cultivator took out a thunderbolt bomb from his storage ring. The heavenly demon cult really had a lot of thunderbolt bullets. The ones that Dan Feng had were all obtained by Ling Xiao from the heavenly demon cult members and given to Dan Feng. This thunderbolt bullet was really good. Not only was it powerful in attack, it could also be used to test the enemy's traps. However, the cost of making it was not low. The heavenly demon cult used it like this, who knew how many experts they had raised to make thunderbolt bullets. The thunderbolt bullet shot through the air and entered within 3 meters of Ling Xiao. Chapter 1886. Puqi. The terrifying sword qi instantly sliced the thunderbolt bullet into several pieces before it completely melted. The thunderbolt bullet did not even have the chance to explode. Seeing this scene, the 4 heavenly demon cult martial artists' faces turned ugly. Even the thunderbolt bullet was ineffective. It was enough to show how powerful Ling Xiao was. However, it was really hard for them to accept the fact that they couldn't kill such a prey that was just sitting there with their eyes wide open. "This beast is powerful. You go find Xiao Badian. We'll stay here and watch," the leading martial artist said. Although he wanted to make a contribution and suppress Xiao Badian, he had to admit that he was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. Only Xiao Badian could deal with this guy. "Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The person who was cultivating was still there. However, at the entrance, another figure stepped in. It looked exactly like the person who was cultivating. One was Ling Xiao's original body. The other was the Gemini martial soul. Ling Xiao did not move and was still cultivating. For him, Comprehending the Blood Sun Sword was the key. The Gemini martial soul was enough to deal with these three people. The Gemini martial soul was exactly the same as Ling Xiao in terms of appearance, character, and even every action. The only thing that was different was their strength. After all, it was only a martial soul and could not reach Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao, shout Buddy is nearby. If you dare to kill us, he will immediately rush over. Why don't you let us go and pretend that nothing happened today? The leading martial artist looked at Ling Xiao, who was cultivating, and said while gritting his teeth, although they were afraid of Ling Xiao, they would still risk their lives if they had to fight to the death. No one wanted to die. Pretend that nothing happened. The one who spoke was the Gemini martial soul. You tried to attack me. I can't pretend that nothing happened unless you tell me why you came to Black Wind Canyon. Ling Xiao did not have to kill these four people. Anyway, they were not a threat to him. It would be better if he could find out some secrets from them. The four of them had ugly expressions. The leader shook his head and said, "That's impossible. You don't understand the heavenly demon cult at all. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't seek death if you're not dead. Everyone in Black Wind Canyon is from the heavenly demon cult. Even if you attack us, you won't be able to instantly kill us. As long as we have the slightest chance, we can summon a large number of reinforcements." Back then on the Demon Mountain, the Sky Demon cult had encircled me and almost killed me. I haven't forgotten that grudge even to this day. Now that you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, you dare to threaten me with the Sky Demon cult? Do you have a death wish? The Gemini martial spirit's face was incomparably gloomy. A terrifying murderous aura was released, causing the four people's faces to change greatly. Boss, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. I don't believe that the four of us together can't kill him. The people of the heavenly demon cult were used to being arrogant and domineering. When had they ever suffered such grievances, and were actually looked down upon by Ling Xiao? Thus, one of them was immediately enraged. Ha! That's more like the people of the Sky Demon cult. The Gemini martial spirit was still standing there blocking the exit. However, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes and stood up. An even more terrifying sword chi shot out from his body, causing everyone to feel a clear cutting sensation on their skin. One of the Sky Demon cult martial artists even specially looked at his hands, thinking that he had been cut by the sword chi. The four of you will become the first batch of sacrifices under my Blood Sun Sword. Ling Xiao had successfully comprehended the Bloody Sun Sword, so it was time to test its power. The four people in front of him were not weak. They were all martial artists at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They were definitely qualified to be used to test the move. After saying that, a Bloody Sun Sword floated above Ling Xiao's head. However, before the sword completely appeared, only the tip of the sword was revealed. A terrifying blood-red sword chi shot out like a scarlet sun. The four people's faces instantly changed. They circulated their inner strength at almost the same time in an attempt to block the terrifying sword chi. However, the sword light was too fast. The Bloody Sun sword appeared slowly, but the sword light was extraordinarily fast. It corresponded with the essence of the fast and slow sword essence. Before the four people finished accumulating their inner strength, they were penetrated by the blood-red sword light before they could attack. Then they quickly melted and evaporated. Only the thick smell of blood flowed into the Bloody Sun Sword, which only revealed its tip, causing the Bloody Sun Sword's power to increase once again. Ling Xiao withdrew the Bloody Sun Sword. His eyes were filled with shock. The inheritance of General Scarlet Sword was already so terrifying. How terrifying would Bairun, who was several times stronger than General Scarlet Sword, be? It was a pity that there was not enough time. Otherwise, he would really want to practice properly. It's early in the morning. Let's go back and rest. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and glanced at the depths of the Sword Immortal tomb. Then he walked out. Dozens of Sky Demon cult members had already gathered outside the Sword Immortal tomb. The weakest among them was at the 14th level of the Yin Yang realm, while the strongest was at the 16th level of the Yin Yang realm. Ling Xiao was shocked. The Sky Demon cult was so powerful. They were much more powerful than the 70-odd people who surrounded him on Demon Mountain. Fortunately, there was only one 16th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. Evil demonic qi spread outside the Sword Immortal tomb. The Sky Demon cult martial artists had completely sealed off the area. It seemed like they did not intend to give Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Back then in the Devil Mountain, I allowed you to escape. Today, I want to see where you can run to. The Sky Demon cult martial artist leading the group was at the 16th level of the Yin Yang realm. The demonic qi in his body was extremely terrifying. An ordinary 16th level Yin Yang realm martial artist was probably no match for him. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at them indifferently. Then, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Don't let that guy escape. The Sky Demon cult martial artists did not expect that they could not stop Ling Xiao even after sealing off the area with demonic qi. When everyone wanted to chase after him, they realized that Ling Xiao had appeared from another location. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. The seal of demonic qi is not something you can resist. The Sky Demon cult martial artists laughed loudly. Can't escape? I just set up a formation on the way, so that all of you monsters will die here. Ling Xiao shrugged. The other party did not want him to escape, but he did not want them to escape either. You don't even know how to brag. The Sky Demon cult martial artist leading the group said in disdain. Haha, then you can try. See if you can get out. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Go and try. Although the Sky Demon cult martial artist leading the group did not believe Ling Xiao, he still ordered his subordinate to try. Yes, sir. The person received the order and rushed outside. However, he had only taken a dozen steps when a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and blasted him into pieces. Even his corpse could not be found. Chapter 1887. What? Seeing their fellow sect members being blasted into pieces by the raging lightning, the dozens of heavenly demon cult martial artists were terrified. What kind of array was this? It was so powerful. Seeing how shocked you are, I'll do a good deed and tell you, this is called Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Array, Replica. It was created from the array of the Myriad Lightning Desolate Grounds. Although its power is not even 1/10,000th of the Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Array laid down by a human king, it's enough to kill you all. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Good, very good. Your array is not bad. But do you really think you can kill all 33 of us by yourself? The heavenly demon cult martial artists were not afraid. Since they could not leave, they would kill Ling Xiao, and the array would naturally be broken. After all, arrays laid down by array refining stones all had such a flaw. As long as the person who laid the array died, the array would break by itself. Killing you all is as easy as slaughtering dogs and chickens. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a divine light sword appeared in his right hand. These people were good targets for him to use to increase the proficiency of the Red Sun sword art. With the divine light sword in hand, Ling Xiao waved at them. Come, your lives are in your own hands. If you want to live, fight for it. Go to hell. One of them roared, and a terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky. A heavenly demon phantom appeared behind him. After that, the gigantic demonic claw grabbed towards Ling Xiao. If it were anyone else, they would have already lost their will to fight due to fear. However, Ling Xiao had the immemorial, heavenly demon fighting spirit. How could he be afraid of a mere heavenly demon phantom? This phantom was probably a new martial soul created by the heavenly demon cult. The level of technology was quite impressive, but it was a pity that it was unorthodox. Scram! Ling Xiao sneered. He waved the divine light sword in his hand, and a scarlet sun appeared behind him. Third form of the red sun sword art, scarlet sun vortex. The divine light sword slowly moved around Ling Xiao's body. That person seemed to be sucked in by the terrifying vortex. His body was completely out of his control and crashed into the sword. Whoosh! The moment his body touched the divine sword of light, the flames ignited and quickly spread throughout his body. The heavenly fiend cult warriors attempted to circulate their inner strength to escape the vortex's devouring, but it was useless. He was horrified to find that he had completely lost control of his own body. No, the heavenly demon cult martial artist screamed miserably. The rest of the people stared at this scene, not daring to make any movements. They could only watch as their fellow disciples were burned alive by the raging flames, leaving not even a trace behind. I finally reached the proficiency level for the third style. Ling Xiao didn't even glance at those heavenly demon cult martial artists who wanted nothing more than to swallow him whole. He only felt his own powerful sword move and smiled faintly. He had mastered the first 3 moves of the Crimson Sun Sword art. Generally speaking, martial arts had 5 stages of progression. The first stage was called Small Success, which meant that one could unleash 30% of the martial arts power. The second stage was called Proficiency, which meant that one could display 60% of the martial arts power. The third stage was called Large Success, which meant that one could display 90% of the martial arts power. The fourth stage was called Great Perfection, which meant that one could perfectly display the martial arts power. The fifth stage was Perfection, which meant that the martial art at this stage had no flaws and was flawless. Its power could even be increased by several times, which was extremely terrifying. Of course, if one had to say that there was still a stage before Small Success, it would be superficial understanding. Ling Xiao's current understanding of the last 2 moves of the Crimson Sun Sword art was only superficial. After all, this was the life's ultimate skill of the Crimson Sword General, which was at the worldly immortal realm. How could it be so easy to learn? Just a superficial understanding was enough to stand out among martial artists of the same level. The 33 heavenly demon cult martial artists had yet to cause any harm to Ling Xiao, but one of them had already died under Ling Xiao's sword. This made them incomparably angry. Brat, today we will definitely suck your soul realm dry and refine you into our puppet. The leader of the heavenly demon cult martial artists let out a sinister voice, then waved his hand and said, "There's no need to give him a chance. Everyone, attack together. Use your demonic chi to extract his soul and turn him into a living corpse." As soon as his voice fell, the 31 heavenly demon cult martial artists charged at Ling Xiao at the same time. Each of them released a terrifying demonic chi, and a heavenly demon phantom appeared behind each of them. The terrifying demonic chi formed a gigantic heavenly demon phantom in the sky. It opened its mouth and wanted to devour Ling Xiao's soul. Your heavenly demon cult is really sad. You're destined to become nourishment for my primordial heavenly demon fighting intent. Ling Xiao looked at the gigantic heavenly demon phantom and lightly smiled. To him, the primordial heavenly demon fighting intent wasn't strong enough. He wanted to condense this fighting intent into the primordial heavenly demon martial soul. Only the martial soul could be perfectly compatible with the martial artist. It was the peak form of the fighting intent. and to evolve the primordial heavenly demon fighting intent into the primordial heavenly demon martial soul, he needed to constantly absorb demonic chi. The fastest way was naturally to absorb it from the bodies of these heavenly demon cult martial artists. His divine radiance sword gradually turned scarlet red. The terrifying blood red light dyed the space around Ling Xiao blood red. A strong smell of blood spread in the air. Ling Xiao lightly smiled and said, "Thank you for helping me test this move. This is a sword skill that I comprehended from the inherited memories of General Scarlet Sword. Whoever can survive this sword skill, I guarantee that I won't kill them." Although he was smiling, his smile was somewhat sinister, causing people to shudder. The fourth move of the Scarlet Sun sword art, Scarlet Blood Sword. This was a sword that could absorb blood and could turn a person into a dried corpse. It had to be said that it was very evil, but Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with using it to deal with enemies. The terrifying smell of blood had already completely covered the demonic chi of the heavenly demon cult martial artists. The entire inside of the myriad lightning immortal punishing array had practically become a sea of blood. Just smelling the air was enough to make people's scalps numb and their backs turn cold. They were terrified. This was the terrifying part of the Scarlet Blood Sword. Even though Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't have an obvious breakthrough after the Purgatory Blood Battle, because he comprehended the inherited memories of Imperial Heaven-Earth Hutu, Killing God by Run, and General Scarlet Sword, his soul force became incomparably powerful. And the most direct manifestation of soul force in sword skills was sword intent. The terrifying sword intent was released as if it was real. Many people even saw illusions because of it. They saw the scene before they died. No. Finally, someone broke down because of this terrifying sword intent. He turned around and fled outside. The terrifying lightning became the funeral that ended his life. The originally huge heavenly demon phantom kept shaking because of one less person. Even more people felt uneasy and lost their heads out of fear. Chapter 1888. Don't be afraid. The leading heavenly demon cult martial artist originally planned to sneak an attack on Ling Xiao, but when he saw the situation, he had no choice but to join in the formation of the heavenly demon apparition. At least he managed to maintain the gigantic heavenly demon apparition. However, after a short while, the heavenly demon apparition was destroyed by the terrifying sword essence storm. Not a single trace of it was left behind. The ground was a mess. The heavenly demon cult martial artists all fell to the ground, their faces deathly pale. They had lost in the battle of soul power, and they had lost completely. 31 of them were not as strong as one person's willpower. How can this guy have such terrifying sword essence? What cultivation realm is he at? What level is he at? Everyone was confused. Although Ling Xiao looked like he was only at the 7th level of Yin Yang realm, no one believed it. Ling Xiao was able to kill the Wu King in an instant, which proved that his cultivation was at least at the 12th level of Yin Yang realm. Even so, this guy should not be so powerful. Since you want to trap and kill me, I'll send you to your deaths. The thick smell of blood surged towards the heavenly demon cult martial artists like a tsunami. The divine sword of light in Ling Xiao's hand had completely transformed into the crimson blood sword. All the heavenly demon cult martial artists could feel their chi and blood leaving their bodies, being torn apart and pulled by something surging towards the sword. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to take their lives, not to mention the terrifying sword essence and sword gleam. Crimson blood sword, kill. Ling Xiao spat out a word coldly, as though he was announcing the death penalty for the 31 heavenly demon cult martial artists. Then Ling Xiao's body disappeared from the spot and transformed into a brilliant crimson sword gleam. Ah! The first scream was heard. The heavenly demon cult martial artist, who was touched by the crimson blood sword, immediately withered and lost all his blood. A martial artist's blood was the foundation, and the most important thing. Without blood, one was a dead person, a living corpse. The heavenly demon cult martial artists wanted to turn Ling Xiao into a living corpse, but they never expected that they would be turned into living corpses by Ling Xiao first. The terrifying sword light was as fast as lightning, combined with Ling Xiao's astonishing swift light god traversal. It was simply like a blood-red lightning bolt. In an instant, 7 or 8 heavenly demon cult martial artists had already been slaughtered. The rest of the people looked at the terrifying blood-red lightning in horror, their hearts filled with despair and fear. Death was actually so close to them. This was something they had never imagined. They were from the heavenly demon cult. They had come here to kill Ling Xiao, but instead of killing Ling Xiao, they had been killed. Run! A few of the heavenly demon cult martial artists who were relatively strong forgot about the existence of the myriad thunderbolts' immortal slaughtering array and turned to flee outside. Perhaps in their opinion, dying under the lightning and turning into ashes was better than being struck by this terrifying blood-red lightning. But they were too slow. In other words, Ling Xiao's sword was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, the 31 people had all died under the blood-red lightning sword light. Ling Xiao stood there with the scarlet blood sword in hand, watching as all the heavenly demon cult martial artists began to wither and pour their blood into the scarlet blood sword. This scarlet blood sword was like a vicious beast that had developed some kind of consciousness. But this consciousness was completely suppressed by Ling Xiao's soul strength. It did not dare resist and could only obey. No, devil, you are the true devil. Terrified screams rang out in the pitch-black night. The heavenly demon cult martial artists had always been proud of being strange, vicious, and evil. They felt that they were cruel enough and terrifying enough. When martial artists saw them, they would turn pale with fright. But after encountering Ling Xiao today, they realized what true terror was. The person in front of them was not a human. He was a devil, a true evil path cultivator. Perhaps an instant death was a kind of happiness to them. But now they had to face death, the pain and torment of having their blood sucked dry. They thought of the martial artists they had tortured to death. Did those people feel the same? Perhaps this was retribution. What was going on? There were still many martial artists cultivating around Black Wind Canyon. They all heard the mournful screams and the evil aura that soared into the sky. This aura made their scalps go numb and their bodies tremble. They did not know what had happened in Black Wind Canyon, nor did they dare to go down to see. Only the heavenly demon cult martial artists hurried to the scene of the incident, because they could tell that the screams came from their fellow disciples. Someone actually dared to attack their fellow disciples in Black Wind Canyon. This was simply unforgivable. Outside the underground palace, Xiao Budian had already been blasted out by that strange power more than once. He was preparing to break in again when he suddenly heard the mournful screams. His expression turned cold as he looked at the palace with unwillingness. Then he flew in the direction of the Sword Immortal's mound. No matter who it was, he would never let anyone who dared to hurt the heavenly demon cult martial artist go. Even if that person was Feng Fei, Ling Xiao looked at the dried corpses on the ground and suddenly knitted his brows. Xiao Budian's aura was getting closer and closer. He did not want to fight with this person right now, just like how he did not want to fight with Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, or Lei Lai. It's time to go. He put away scarlet blood and turned into a black shadow that disappeared into the endless darkness of Black Wind Canyon. Ling Xiao had just left when Xiao Budian arrived with his men. Seeing the 30 or so dried corpses, Even the self-proclaimed evil heavenly demon cult members felt a chill run down their spines. A bone-chilling cold rose from their hearts. These deaths were truly too miserable. It looked like the work of someone from the evil Tao. Just who was it that dared to make an enemy of their heavenly demon cult? Do you know who did it? Xiao Budian's voice was somewhat cold. These people were death soldiers that he had raised to serve him. Moreover, they were all elites. They had done many things for him, but now more than 30 of them had died. How could he have a good expression? Ling Xiao. There was a dried corpse on the ground that was still alive. He held his breath so that he could tell Xiao Budian this person's name, so that Xiao Budian could take revenge for him. After speaking, he lost all signs of life. Ling Xiao. Xiao Budian furrowed his brows. Very good, very good. Between you and me, there was an old grudge to begin with. Now, let's settle it all together. No one knew what kind of old grudge Xiao Budian had with Ling Xiao, but they knew that Ling Xiao was dead for sure now, that Xiao Budian had set his sights on him. Xiao Budian was a peerless genius of the heavenly demon cult. Aside from that cult leader, his innate talent and perception were second to none. Although he hadn't joined the heavenly demon cult for long, he was being groomed as the next successor. Now that so many of his death soldiers had died, if he couldn't give the sect a good explanation, his position in the sect would be bleak in the future. Thus, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Chapter 1889. A day and night of rest was simply too short. For many cultivators, it would be difficult for them to even recover from their injuries. However, the geniuses participating in the White Tiger meet all had powerful backing. For the second treasure hunt that was about to begin, all of them looked as lively as dragons and tigers. They had clearly gone through special treatment. This also made the second battle even more suspenseful. After all, if there were too many injuries, it would affect the excitement of the battle. The Myriad Demon Graveyard was located in the evilest and darkest region of the Myriad Lightning Extreme Ground. Back then, the heavenly demons lured the adjudicators to join them, thus triggering a great war between the heavenly demons and the sacred dynasty. The adjudicators tangled with tens of thousands of heavenly demons, and the army led by the human king to fight to the death. In the end, tens of thousands of heavenly demons were buried here, forming the terrifying Myriad Demon Graveyard. The Myriad Demon Graveyard had undergone some changes over the years, and it was filled with danger. However, like Black Wind Canyon, it was also filled with opportunities. However, Black Wind Canyon was filled with inherited memories, while the Myriad Demon Graveyard was filled with large amounts of magic treasures, heavenly treasures, and miraculous elixirs. In the Myriad Demon Graveyard, there were many tombs and secret passages, and the terrain was intricate and complicated. Here, you could better avoid enemies, but you could also accidentally meet the person you didn't want to meet the most. Compared to the first battle, perhaps this treasure hunt would be even more brutal, like the Purgatory Blood Battle. The duration of the treasure hunt was set to 6 hours. During this process, the participating cultivators had to search for as many treasures as possible. When the time was up, all the participating cultivators would be directly teleported to the thunder-shocking city's battle stage to prepare for the final battle. Of course, the prerequisite was that you were still alive. At this moment, the vicinity of the Myriad Demon Graveyard was already bustling with people coming and going. Many spectators had come here last night to wait, so that they could enjoy the more exciting battle. In the first battle, they had witnessed the bravery and talent of many genius cultivators. In this battle, not only could they see more of the genius's performance, but they could also see more treasures. It could be considered a feast for the eyes, who would be able to enter the final battle of kings. It was really something to look forward to. From 155 people to 78 people now. How many of them would be able to enter the final battle? Who would become the top and most dazzling genius of the 3 continents in the past 10 years? This was also very interesting. There were too many questions, and the more he wanted to know, the more interested he became. When it was almost time, the participating martial artists began to arrive one after another. Last night, Tyranny Tianhai had been cultivating outside Myriad Devil Graveyard, so he and the Crown Princess were the first 2 to arrive. Even though the outside world was bustling with noise, the 2 of them didn't seem to notice it at all. They still closed their eyes tightly and focused on cultivating. If they weren't enemies, Ling Xiao would really admire these 2 people's dedication to martial arts. Perhaps it was this persistence that allowed these 2 to become the most outstanding geniuses of the Tianhai Empire, or even the entire White Tiger continent. The little guy and the people of the Heavenly Demon Cult had also arrived early. The current Xiao Budian's aura was completely different from yesterday, after a night of action. He had obtained 5 of the 6 great inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. He became incomparably powerful, causing people to tremble. However, at this moment, the most eye-catching thing about the little guy wasn't his powerful aura, but his anger. Even unrelated people could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent emitted by Xiao Budian. He was searching for Ling Xiao's whereabouts. New grudges and old grudges would be thoroughly settled in the treasure hunt. Ling Xiao definitely couldn't be forgiven. In the crowd, he finally saw Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was still with his friends. He wasn't cultivating, but was chatting and laughing. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. This made the little guy's expression turn even uglier. However, Ling Xiao didn't care whether he was in a good mood or not. At this moment, he didn't have the terrifying, evil, and baleful aura from last night. His slightly delicate face was brimming with a sunny smile as he discussed the treasure hunt with his friends. It was said that the treasure hunt could lead to a large amount of heavenly treasures, martial souls, and bloodlines. Although there was no way to prove it, since there was such a rumor, it couldn't be false. For everyone, this was a very good opportunity. Of course, since the Purgatory blood battle was so dangerous, this treasure hunt naturally wouldn't be easy. However, for the 78 surviving participants, none of them had any intention of giving up. Those who survived all felt that they had the qualifications to continue living. In any case, the second battle didn't require them to kill each other. Without something like the Black Wind inscription, there was no objective requirement to kill the opponent. Although there was no guarantee that someone would kill inside, at the very least, the chances of surviving were much higher than in the first battle. In the second battle, the participants not only had to fight to pass the trial, but also for their ranking. This was because the results of the second battle would determine the opponents in the King's battle, the strongest against the weakest, and the second against the second last. In fact, everyone understood that as long as they could find a way to avoid the 13 top geniuses, they would have a chance of passing the White Tiger Meets assessment. Even if they couldn't obtain a ranking, they could still obtain a lot of benefits and even be accepted as a disciple by the Black Warrior Temple. In any case, according to the previous rules, the Black Warrior Temple only recruited disciples once every 10 years from the White Tiger Meet. Of course, the Black Warrior Temple also had a selection process, but the conditions were much harsher, and the chances of entering the White Tiger Meet were much lower. Those who wanted to enter the White Tiger Meet would definitely put in their utmost effort to stay in the end. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Xiao Budian shouted. Seeing that Ling Xiao was ignoring him, Xiao Budian directly shouted. His voice was like rolling thunder, causing the noisy crowd to instantly quieten down. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Budian. This child, who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old, was releasing a terrifying demonic aura that was completely unimaginable to them. This devilish aura turned into a terrifying black wind, swirling towards Ling Xiao. Everyone was too familiar with this black wind. It was the same black wind from the Black Wind Canyon, but it seemed to be even stronger. "Do you need something?" Ling Xiao glanced at Xiao Budian indifferently and asked, "You already know the answer." Xiao Budian's cold voice sounded. Within that thick devilish aura, there was a strong murderous aura. "You can feign ignorance now, but in the treasure hunt, you'd better not run into me, or I'll kill you without mercy." As the word kill fell, the terrifying devilish aura actually squeezed the air around Ling Xiao, distorting it. Several people sitting near Ling Xiao were blown away. Fortunately, the demon wine sword appeared, protecting them. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Budian indifferently, then suddenly chuckled. "I understand. Last night, I killed a few annoying bedbugs and angered you, the king of bedbugs. However, can you kill me?" Chapter 1890. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the 100-eyed demon lord. He wasn't afraid of the little guy either. As he saw it, there were only 3 people who posed the greatest threat to him in this competition: Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai. At the very least, he couldn't think of a way to defeat them no matter how he thought about it. Of course, that was only for now. The second match hadn't started yet. Once it was over, his strength might increase even more. Then he might be able to defeat those 3. He wasn't afraid, but the crowd was still crying out in alarm. This Ling Xiao really knew how to make enemies. First, he'd angered Tianhai Tyranny and the Crown Prince Consort. Then he provoked the 100-eyed demon lord. Now, even the little guy wanted to kill him. Could this guy still survive? They really didn't know where his guts came from. His cultivation was at most at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but his heart was really big. But they only knew that Ling Xiao was making enemies, not why Ling Xiao was making enemies. If he didn't make enemies with these people, he would either become their slave or be killed. Ling Xiao was very clear on which choice to choose. "Can't kill you? Do you really think you're strong?" The little guy said with a cold expression, "Strong or not, that's not for you to say. I'll let you know soon enough." Ling Xiao glanced at the little guy and suddenly said, "There seems to be an aura on your body that I'm very familiar with. Although I don't know who it is, I really hate it. But we have no enmity, so I won't kill indiscriminately. But now that you want to kill me, you've given me a reason to kill you. You're dead for sure." A killing intent even more terrifying than the little guys erupted from Ling Xiao's body, turning into a bloody mist that surrounded the celestial devil sect stands. Kill. His killing intent had turned into a demon. "You dare." The little guy shouted, but it was too late. The 4 celestial devil sect martial artists behind him had been killed by Ling Xiao right in front of his eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao looked at the little guy with contempt. "I dare to kill your people, but do you dare to kill mine? Right now." Xiao Budian's expression was unsettled. Of course, he knew that Ling Xiao was mocking him, but he really didn't dare to make a move. This was because he was not a match for the demonic liquor sword, nor was he a match for Hong Qi. These 2 backers of Ling Xiao simply made him go crazy with jealousy. You'd better protect them during the treasure hunt. Otherwise, they're dead for sure. The little guy could only use this sentence to give himself a way out. In the end, you're just a coward. If you don't dare to make a move, then shut your mouth. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Budian with disdain and mocked. Xiao Budian's face was ashen, but in the end, he still shut his mouth. He really didn't dare to make a move. No matter what the reason was, this was the truth. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Not far away, a person in the crowd of the Zhengyi school looked at Ling Xiao and mocked him. That person was the fifth son of the Zhenyi school's 7 sons. He was also a friend of the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong. Because Ling Xiao had offended Wulong, he naturally didn't like Ling Xiao. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity to mock him? Ling Xiao glanced at the fifth son indifferently and chuckled coldly. I've long heard that the 7 sons of the Zhenyi school are all outstanding geniuses, but today I see that besides the first-ranked Feng Fei, the third-ranked Zue Linglong, the fourth-ranked Jun Moqing, and the 7th-ranked Jun Macho, they're all trash. Your 6th son has already been killed. Which piece of trash is next? He said several names in a row, but ignored the 2nd-ranked 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, the 5th son, and the 6th son. Even a fool could tell who he was scolding. Ling Xiao's words made the 5th son and Wulong's expressions very ugly. In Black Wind Canyon, the 6th son was killed by Ling Xiao. The audience outside had all seen that scene. Although killing people in Black Wind Canyon was normal and the rules were set, Ling Xiao naturally had a rift with the Zhenyi school. But Ling Xiao didn't care about this because he had already regarded the Zhenyi school as an enemy back in the Divine Phoenix continent. At that time, the Zhenyi school had actually cooperated with Phoenix Cry Qishan to secretly deal with him. He didn't even know how he had offended the #1 sect of the White Tiger continent, so it was impossible for him to get along with the Zhenyi school. If they became enemies, then so be it. He wasn't afraid at all. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The 10,000 Fiends graveyard isn't Black Wind Canyon. Don't think you can take any advantage. This old man will kill you soon. The 100-eyed demon, Lord Wulong, stared at Ling Xiao and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. No matter how insignificant he thought Ling Xiao was, everyone now knew that Ling Xiao had beaten him twice in Black Wind Canyon. Twice, he had almost killed him. He had also been cursed as the #1 coward in the world. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't be able to wash away this infamy. Many people said that they wanted to kill me, but in the end, they were the ones who died. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored Wulong. It was better to have an enemy in the open than in the dark. That young man is so arrogant. He's only at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao didn't need to hide his cultivation now, because his cultivation couldn't represent his true strength. It didn't matter if others knew. I'm afraid he won't live for long. Even if he survives, his ranking won't be good. Those people will definitely cause him all kinds of trouble in the second battle. In this way, he can only face the strong in the final battle. It's hopeless. Such thoughts represented the views of the majority of the people present. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Sun Lingchan. They all think that it's your misfortune to have offended those people, but they don't know that it's their misfortune to have offended you. Sun Lingchan smiled as she approached Ling Xiao and said, "You seem to be stronger than yesterday. Even I don't have the confidence to win against you. Don't praise me. Aren't you the same?" Ling Xiao looked at Sun Lingchan. Compared to yesterday, this woman's strength had obviously improved greatly. He even suspected that among the 13 geniuses, some of them would give up their positions for her. "You guys are chatting happily. Why don't I join in?" It was Lu Lian. She didn't return to the Songjing Divine Palace with the Heavenly Empire's martial artists yesterday. Instead, she cultivated alone in the land of absolute thunders. "Lu Lian, how do you feel?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Not bad. However, I must obtain more valuable treasures in the second battle. Only then can I avoid you monsters in the final battle." Lu Lian smiled. "I don't care. It's the same no matter who I meet. Anyway, I'm here for the first place this time. It's meaningless if I don't get first place." Ling Xiao shook his head. He really didn't have much thoughts about his opponents in the final battle. In a sense, He even hoped to meet the 13 top geniuses. This kind of battle would allow him to gain even more benefits. Chapter 1891. You lunatic! Who can compete with you? Sun Ling-chan shook his head and smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter if I'm a lunatic or not. In short, everyone work hard in the second battle. Try to avoid the powerhouses as much as possible. At the very least, you'll get more benefits this way. Ling Xiao was crazy himself, but he would not force others to be crazy with him. As for the rest, it was better to try to get a ranking. Hence, avoiding those 13 top geniuses was a must. Otherwise, they might be eliminated in the first round. Longchen, how is it? Do you have the confidence to enter the next battle? He looked at his most valued underling and asked. Blue Snow and Scarlet Moon's bloodline was actually not considered pure. The two of them had more than 90% dragon bloodline. However, Long Chun was a pure dragon. Hence, in terms of talent, Long Chun still had the advantage. If there was anyone around him who could keep following in his footsteps, it was probably only Long Chun. Long Chun, this brat, was just a little weaker than him from beginning to end. This degree was basically never pulled apart. Hee, Big Brother Ling, what about you? Long Chen asked back with a chuckle, are you confident in getting top 20 or even top 10? Getting top 10 in the second battle isn't a problem. However, I don't have that wish. Anyway, no matter who I encounter in the third battle, it doesn't matter to me. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, what about you? Me? As long as I can pass the second battle and stand on the top stage of the Battle of Kings, it'll be enough. Then Big Brother's nurturing of me won't be in vain. To be honest, Long Chun really could not use gratitude to express his gratitude to Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao was like a second parent to him, a beacon of light that guided the way. Without Ling Xiao, Long Chun, would absolutely not be where he was today. That won't do. I don't have any requirements for others. But for you, if you can't get top 13 in the second battle, you don't have to participate in the final battle. Ling Xiao said solemnly. He was very clear about Long Chen's strength. Previously, before he obtained the War Dragon King's inheritance, his talent and comprehension were much higher than those 13 top geniuses. After obtaining the inheritance, it was only possible to become even stronger. The cultivation talent of the dragon race had long been proven in the immemorial era. The human king had even left behind a sigh. Since Big Brother has said so, I will do my best to fulfill your request. Long Chen grinned and said, but Big Brother, if I meet that Wu Long or the fifth son, should I help you eliminate them? You're not Wu Long's match for now, but you can kill the fifth son if you want to. You don't have to ask me for permission. You just have to walk down your own path. Ling Xiao nodded. All right. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, everyone wanted to continue chatting. Suddenly, the air in the sky trembled. Space was torn apart, and a huge vortex appeared. Lawless appeared again. Without a doubt, his appearance signified the start of the second treasure hunt. This caused everyone to become excited. The rules of the second round are very simple. Within 6 hours, the number of treasures obtained will be the highest. After that, all of you will be teleported to Thunderclap City, where you will be ranked based on your results. If the number of deaths in the second battle is lower, then the people at the back may be directly eliminated. Lawless said. Also, don't listen to the rules of the final battle that some people said. They can't be taken seriously. It might have been like that in the past, but this time it will be different. However, I can tell you one thing. The higher the rank, the more advantageous it will be. This will not change. As soon as he said that, everyone was excited. In other words, the rumor about the first and last battle was not true. There was another set of rules. However, one thing was for sure. The higher the rank, the more advantageous it would be. This was no different from the rumor. Ling Xiao couldn't help but scratch his head. He originally wanted to get a lower rank and deliberately fight against the 13 top geniuses. However, it sounded like his idea couldn't be realized. In order to get a better result in the final battle, he could only try his best to get a higher rank. After all, he had the absolute advantage in treasure hunting. He had the Tai Chi eye after all. As for the rules of the final battle, he didn't care. After all, Lawless wouldn't lie. Otherwise, he would become a laughing stock. Therefore, it was definitely true that the higher the rank, the more advantageous it would be. Everyone else had the same idea. Without knowing the rules of the final battle, getting a higher rank was naturally the most advantageous choice. Therefore, everyone gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, eager to give it a try. Even if they didn't care about the methods, they had to get a higher rank. Today, there are 78 people participating in the competition. It can be seen that all of you are determined and courageous. However, the second round of the treasure hunt requires not only determination and courage, but also wisdom. Treasures don't depend on quantity, but how precious they are. Remember my words. Now, prepare to enter the Myriad Devil Graveyard. You have 10 minutes to hesitate. If you are ready, you may enter. If you are not, you may give up, or you may continue preparing. If you have not entered the Myriad Devil Graveyard after 10 minutes, you will be considered to have forfeited. As soon as Lawless words fell, the 78 participants all rushed to the entrance of the Myriad Devil Graveyard. Unexpectedly, not a single one was willing to stay behind. After the test of the Purgatory Blood Battle, the remaining 78 participants weren't easy to deal with. No one was willing to admit defeat so easily. Although some people claimed to be afraid of 13 apex geniuses, they weren't necessarily afraid when they actually encountered them. After all, 13 apex geniuses was a common saying. Almost every white tiger storm meet would give birth to a dark horse. 10 minutes begin. Lawless loudly announced. In an instant, several dozen figures entered the Myriad Devil Graveyard. There were only a few people left outside. After all, this was a treasure hunting battle. Whoever entered first had a chance of obtaining the treasure first. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He remained outside, opening his Taiji eye and looking at the Myriad Devil Graveyard. Since it was called a place even more terrifying than Black Wind Canyon, it meant that the Myriad Devil Graveyard wasn't simple. If he went in rashly, he would only be making things difficult for himself. This was in line with his character. While brave, there was also a hint of caution. No thousand-eyed winged insects. Ling Xiao noticed that the thousand-eyed winged insects that had appeared in the first battle were nowhere to be seen in the second battle. It seems that the Myriad Devil Graveyard is truly dangerous. Even the thousand-eyed winged insects would find it hard to survive. This was Ling Xiao's deduction. In fact, his deduction was spot on. Some people in the audience had also mentioned this point, which was why Lawless specifically explained it to them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to explain it to these people. No matter what, these people had spent money to watch the competition. Their Black Tortoise Temple was a high and mighty existence. They had to consider public opinion. Chapter 1892. In the end, Ling Xiao stepped into the abyssal graveyard as well. There were no longer any competitors at the entrance. The spectators chose to leave Thunderclap City as well. When the time came, all of the martial artists inside would appear on the giant stage above the city. All they had to do was wait there. Who do you think will emerge as the best in the second round and obtain the highest ranking? Because there were no thousand-eyed flying insects, no one could see what was happening in the abyssal graveyard. They could only rely on chatter to fill the emptiness in their hearts. It has to be one of the top 13 geniuses. Someone said, after all, the top 13 geniuses would always be the most dazzling 13. Some said it had to be Feng Fei, the strongest genius of Zhengyi school. Others said it would be Tianhai Tyranny, the crown prince of Tianhai Empire, who was unstoppable on the battlefield. Of course, there were also those who thought it would be Lei Lai. As a competitor from White Tiger Continent's oldest empire, Lei Lai shouldered the heavy burden of protecting its dignity. Moreover, he was the only one who hadn't lost to Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. This was enough to put him on the same level as the first two geniuses. I heard that you can come out early in the second round. If you think you've obtained enough treasures, you can choose to leave the abyssal graveyard early. Or, if there's danger and you think you'll die, you can come out early. Unless you die in the second round, there's no elimination rules. You'll only be eliminated in the final rankings. I heard that too. That's true. We'll find out soon enough whether it's true or not. Although many rumors might not be taken seriously, it didn't matter. The treasure hunt had already begun, so they'd soon find out whether the rumors were true or not. While the crowd was discussing outside, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the abyssal graveyard. The moment he stepped into the cemetery, Ling Xiao felt incomparably pleased. While others might find the devilish qi unbearable, it was like a nourishing breath to him, making him feel much better. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the location of the treasures as soon as he entered the abyssal graveyard. The value of the treasures in the myriad devil graveyard was determined by the Black Tortoise Temple. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to take all the treasures he saw. Before entering the graveyard, he had locked onto the whereabouts of a treasure with his Tai Chi eye. There were no other ancient martial art practitioners here, but that did not mean that there was no danger. This was a swamp. The pitch-black swamp was filled with an unsettling aura. In the middle of the swamp was a blooming flower. Ling Xiao knew that this was the famous swamp beauty flower. The name sounded a little tacky, but it was very appropriate, because this flower could be used to refine a pill, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. After consuming it, their skin would become smooth and delicate, and their appearance would become much younger. In the past, this kind of flower was the favorite of women. Regardless of their cultivation level, women's pursuit of beauty had never changed. Nowadays, some men have also started to pursue beauty. The aesthetics of the profound world was also quietly evolving. The swamp beauty flower gradually became a hot commodity. Ling Xiao naturally had to get his hands on it. He tore through the air and reached out to grab the swamp beauty flower. However, at this moment, several black shadows suddenly protruded from the swamp. These shadows were originally mud in the swamp, but after a while, they gradually transformed into human figures. These people actually looked 70% similar to Ling Xiao. As for their cultivation level, they were exactly the same, the peak of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I've long heard that heavenly demons are good at imitating humans. Now, it seems that it's true. These should be swamp monsters condensed from the remnant souls of heavenly demons after their deaths. They can actually transform into existences with the same cultivation level as me. What a pity! Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Then, without using his inner strength, he directly punched out. The imperial heaven power circulated, and the green fist carried the ferocious, domineering aura of a king. The punch directly shattered the swamp mud men. The most terrifying thing was that the domineering aura of the imperial heaven power directly shattered the remnant souls of the heavenly demons in the swamp mud men. The swamp mud men could no longer recover. So what if they had the same cultivation level? Facing cultivators of the same cultivation level, Ling Xiao had never been at a disadvantage. In fact, he had a huge advantage every time. After killing a few swamp mud men, Ling Xiao grabbed the swamp beauty flower. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a ball of charming light suddenly flashed under the swamp. Then, not knowing if it was an illusion or real, Ling Xiao actually saw another version of himself, compared to the swamp mud men from before, which only had a form and no spirit. This human figure was almost a complete copy of Ling Xiao. I seem to have encountered something like this before. This is the most common replication formation in the mystic realm. The formation itself was not powerful, but as long as a cultivator stepped into it, it would automatically form another shadow that was exactly the same as himself. It seems that this graveyard of 10,000 demons has also been modified by someone. I just don't know if it was done by the human king or the Black Tortoise Temple. Ling Xiao frowned, then laughed. No matter who it is, no matter what kind of data I have, there is one thing that can't be replicated. Naturally, he was talking about the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. It was an upgraded version of the Mountain River Martial Spirit that he had comprehended. It was more unique than the Human King's Mountain River Martial Spirit. However, this is enough. Even if the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit is not replicated, this replica can become the best research object for the Black Tortoise Temple. I can't let it live. Ling Xiao was not worried about how powerful the replica in front of him was. After all, replicated things were just mechanical things. The most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao was his wisdom in battle. This was something that could not be replicated no matter what. Coupled with the advantage of the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, it was easy for him to deal with this replica. He was now worried that the Black Tortoise Temple would use this replica to study him. That would not be fun. Let's give it a try first. Ling Xiao put the Swamp Beauty Flower into his storage ring. The treasures obtained from the Graveyard of 10,000 Demons all had the aura of the Graveyard of 10,000 Demons, so they could not be faked. Even if there were other treasures in the storage ring, they would not be mixed together. Otherwise, the test would be a mess. Because there was no thousand-eyed winged insect, Ling Xiao immediately released the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. What was different from before was that other than the terrifying Sky Tyrant universe behind him, there was also a black shadow floating in the universe. He could not see the appearance clearly, but he was sure that it was a human figure. What was certain was that this human figure was the one that had helped Ling Xiao intimidate the Night Devil King and the First Heaven Devil King. Perhaps it could be said that it was the origin of the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. Chapter 1893. When Ling Xiao displayed the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, the replica did not react at all. Ling Xiao could not help but smile. As expected, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul is too special. Even with this kind of array, it can't be replicated. He waved his fist and punched the replica. Just as he was about to kill it, he suddenly stopped. What's the point of killing it? Why don't I toy with the Black Tortoise Temple? Ling Xiao was almost certain that the replicas were used by the Black Tortoise Temple to obtain data. Even if he killed it, it might not be completely destroyed. Even if the other party could not replicate his Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he still did not want to expose too much. Anyway, he had a way. 9 Demons Divine Art, Yin Yang Demon King. Ling Xiao smiled, and his body began to change rapidly. Not only his appearance, but even his aura and martial arts completely changed. As his body changed, the replica began to change as well. Hee, this will do. Ling Xiao smiled and punched the replica to death. Similar to Ling Xiao, there were other martial artists participating in the competition. However, everyone's choice was different. Only a few people noticed the Black Tortoise Temple's conspiracy and made some ingenious plans. Just like Ling Xiao, although the methods were different, they had the same effect. The rest of the participants struggled to fight the replicas. Ling Xiao now had a feeling. The most prosperous white tiger meet on the White Tiger continent was more like an assessment for the Black Tortoise Temple to select disciples. The first round tested talent and comprehension. The second round tested wisdom and the details of the participants at the same time. The third round was a real ranking battle. Although he had no interest in joining the Black Tortoise Temple, he could not help but admire the 3 rounds of assessment of the Black Tortoise Temple. In the first round, one could pass by relying on talent and comprehension. In the second round, one had to rely on wisdom. Pure combat power might not be effective. Very well, then I, Ling Xiao, will compete with the Black Tortoise Temple in a battle of wits and strengthen myself under your rules. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave, heading to the location of the next treasure. Sure enough, good things are hard to get. The second treasure was a magic weapon. It was a fine-grade spirit tool saber. Although he couldn't use it, he could sell it or give it away. The key was that the treasured saber was a fine-grade spiritual tool, so he reckoned that he would gain a lot of points. In this second round, he might really be able to get into the top few places. That said, in order to obtain the fine-grade spiritual saber, he had to pass through the terrifying underworld underground river. Corpses were everywhere in the Yellow Springs underground river. These skeletons were yellowed, and their skin and flesh had long been corroded. Within the Yellow Springs, terrifying black shadows appeared one after another, exuding a powerful consciousness and fighting spirit. Yiksha's ghost shadow, at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm, although they are not real heavenly demon Yikshas, these ghostly shadows are not easy to deal with. Furthermore, there are so many of them. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, but there was no sign of embarrassment on his face. This was because the Yellow Springs underground river might be difficult for others, but it wasn't difficult for him at all. The corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile, and then he stepped into the Yellow Springs underground river. The fine-grade spiritual tool saber was at the bottom of the river. It was difficult to get it without entering the water. The moment he stepped into the river, a bone-piercing chill spread throughout his body. A terrifying evil aura entered his body, trying to take control of his body and corrode his skin and flesh. It's just the Yellow Springs evil chi and Yiksha ghostly shadows. Do you think you can hurt me? Ling Xiao sneered and instantly entered the primordial heavenly demon incarnation. The primordial heavenly demon incarnation released its fighting spirit, and the Yiksha ghostly shadows trembled as if they had met their superior. Ling Xiao sneered, and the demonic chi of the primordial heavenly demon incarnation began to circulate. The demonic chi in the Yellow Springs underground river surged into his body and molded his body. At this moment, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to get the saber. He was more interested in the enormous energy hidden in the Yellow Springs underground river. Cultivating here was very beneficial for him to condense the primordial heavenly demon martial soul. At the same time, it could greatly increase his cultivation. He might even break through to the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He didn't care about the ranking anyway, as long as he wasn't eliminated. Devour! Ling Xiao roared coldly, and the primordial heavenly demon incarnation opened its mouth and sucked. The energy in the Yellow Springs underground river surged into the huge mouth and started to be converted, refined, and integrated into his body and meridians. How dare you! A terrifying voice came from the Yellow Springs underground river. Yiksha, ghostly shadow king. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge body. It was one size bigger than all the Yiksha ghostly shadows, and its strength was estimated to be around the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Under the Yiksha ghostly shadow king's lead, the frightened Yikshas regained their courage and pounced on Ling Xiao in an attempt to kill him. They wouldn't allow him to continue devouring the energy in the Yellow Springs underground river. Kill! Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The Yiksha, ghostly Shadow King, was at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and there was nothing to be afraid of in front of him. After all, it was just a ghostly shadow. Moreover, it was restrained by his heavenly demon battle intent, and it was even weaker than an ordinary 16th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. It couldn't be compared to a genius 16th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. The primordial heavenly demon incarnation swung its claws. Heavenly demon claw. Boom boom. The Yiksha, ghostly Shadow King, tried its best to block the heavenly demon claw, but it was still flattened by the huge claw. Dragon Talisman held dragon fire. Then a blood soul talisman flew out from above Ling Xiao's head and spat out purplish-black flames. It burned the Yiksha, ghostly Shadow King, to ashes. 18 Hell Talisman, hell of tongue-ripping. Then another blood soul talisman flew out. Countless ghostly hands reached out and grabbed the rest of the Yiksha, ghostly shadows. The dragon talisman was of the dragon attribute, and it was destined to grow into the most powerful dragon clan blood soul talisman. The 18 Hell Talisman was refined by Ling Xiao based on the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of hell. It was destined to become the most evil and terrifying dark blood soul talisman in the world. The Yiksha, ghostly shadows, were extremely useful in increasing the 18 Hell Talisman's power. The terrified Yiksha, ghostly shadows, began to flee in all directions. However, the 18 Hell Talisman grew in the wind and instantly covered the entire Yellow Springs underground river. The Yiksha, ghostly shadows that were supposed to be guarding the exquisite spirit saber, became Ling Xiao's nourishment. He could feel that the bottleneck of his cultivation had been lifted again. It was clear that he was about to break through. I'll continue to cultivate in peace. As for the treasures, whoever wants to take them can take them. Ling Xiao had two choices now. He could either continue to search for treasures or stay here to cultivate and integrate the entire Yellow Springs underground river into his body. However, he made the right choice. Chapter 1894. If he chose to continue searching for treasures, he might be able to get a higher ranking, but it was meaningless. If he chose to stay and cultivate, his cultivation level would definitely break through. Not only that, but the primordial heavenly demon would also become stronger. His choice was decisive and simple. He really did not care about the ranking. As long as he could get a few more treasures after he finished cultivating, it would be fine. Since he had made his choice, he did not care about anything else. At the same time, the other martial artists were fighting fiercely in the fierce competition. Mou and Zhu Xiaocong's abilities were limited after all. In order to save their lives, they were forced to withdraw from the assessment. They appeared in Thunder City's arena. However, they were not disqualified. Lawless only asked them to rest there. As for whether they were disqualified or not, it would depend on the final ranking. There were many other martial artists who were disqualified, like the two of them. Due to the conditions set in the second battle, the number of deaths was greatly reduced. However, there were still deaths. Some people were too confident in themselves. They could have chosen to escape, but they insisted on fighting and were killed in the end. They were either killed by other martial artists or by the monsters guarding the treasures. Of course, there were not many people like that. So far, there were only two. There were a total of 26 people who were disqualified, like Mou and Zhu Xiaocong. Including the two who died, there were 28 people who had no hope of being in the top 10. 2 hours passed. For hours passed. Ling Xiao still did not open his eyes. However, the entire underworld underground river was almost dried up. The Yiksha shadows in the underground river had all disappeared. As for the fine-grade spirit treasure saber, it was still stuck at the bottom of the river. After such a long time, no one came to disturb Ling Xiao. He did not know if he was lucky or unlucky. Actually, he did not know that many martial artists had passed by this place. However, they did not dare to stop after seeing such a terrifying scene. If he was lucky, it would be that none of the 13 top geniuses had been here. When there was an hour left before the end of the second battle, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. The entire underground river had dried up. Ling Xiao's cultivation level had finally broken through to the 14th level of Yin-Yang realm. Cultivation level was not the most important thing. His primordial heavenly demon battle intent had finally entered the second stage, mastery. It was the same as the proficiency of a martial skill. His battle will had also improved, but in addition to initial success, expert, great success, perfection, and transcendent, there were also master and grandmaster levels. The sword intent was the same. This was also the reason why some people had lower bonuses while others had higher bonuses despite having the same sword intent. At every stage, there was a 100% improvement. Previously, during the primordial heavenly demon battle, he had achieved small accomplishment of 100%. Now, he was at master of 10%. As long as it reached the grandmaster level, it would be possible to transform it into a martial soul. Furthermore, it would be a high-grade martial soul that could be tempered by lightning directly. If it was successfully tempered, it could be promoted to a divine soul. However, the divine soul was the legendary level that a martial soul could reach. Even the sovereign personages of the past had not been able to do so. Therefore, it was still a legend. There's still an hour left. I wonder how many people are left in the myriad demon necropolis. Ling Xiao looked at the time and decided to walk around. As his cultivation and strength increased, his ability to protect himself also became stronger. Even if he ran into Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Lei Lai, it didn't matter. Even if he wasn't a match for them right now, he wouldn't lose so easily. Just as Ling Xiao stepped out of the dried-up Yellow Springs underground river and prepared to head for the next treasure location, a giant fissure appeared in the depths of the myriad demon necropolis. Terrifying energy spewed out from the black fissure, as if an upside-down eye was slowly opening. In the middle of the fissure was a terrifying energy vortex. The moment the whirlpool appeared, a large amount of energy seemed to be swept away and rushed into the whirlpool. For a moment, both the participants in the myriad demon graveyard and the martial artists outside were dumbfounded. What's going on? Ling Xiao's taiji eye had been open this entire time. The terrifying black vortex in the distance gave him a great sense of pressure. It was as if it wanted to tear his gaze apart. Plane vortex? Spatial fissure? Ling Xiao had heard of such things before, but he'd only seen them once before. That was when he met the Night Devil King in the underground world. That spatial fissure was connected to the world of the celestial devils. Then where did the spatial fissure in the myriad demon necropolis lead to? Let's go take a look. Not only was Ling Xiao curious, but he was also extremely interested in the spatial fissure that had suddenly appeared. He absolutely believed that the spatial fissure hadn't appeared for no reason. There had to be something good inside. In fact, it wasn't just Ling Xiao. In fact, all the competitors still in the myriad demon necropolis had either seen or felt the spatial fissure's existence, and were all rushing in its direction. To a certain extent, human curiosity was really very similar. At this time, outside the myriad demon necropolis, Lawless and the other 5 referees were also shocked. Venerable Lawless, this fissure shouldn't be part of the test, right? The vice sect master of the righteous sect asked. Lawless nodded and said, "Rumor has it that a similar fissure appeared 1,000 years ago, but it disappeared in a short period of time. That fissure seems to be a battlefield. 1,000 years ago, the fisher spat out extremely precious treasures. There was even a divine grade spirit artifact. A divine grade spirit artifact. Hearing these words, everyone was dumbfounded. On the White Tiger continent, being able to obtain a rare grade spirit artifact was already quite amazing. One had to know that a rare grade spirit artifact was used by a rebirth realm cultivator. Even an yin-yang realm cultivator couldn't display its true power. Common grade, fine grade, rare grade, immortal grade, divine grade. Among the spirit artifacts, divine grade was the highest. If such a thing really appeared, the entire White Tiger continent would be shaken. Then why haven't you reported to the Black Tortoise Temple and immediately stopped the treasure hunt? That spatial fissure is more important than the white tiger meat, the Tianhai Empire's imperial preceptor said loudly. Impossible. Do you think we don't want to? Do you think we casually arranged this treasure hunt? These are the rules and restrictions left behind by the human monarch. Once the treasure hunt begins, no one will be able to enter the myriad demon necropolis. Lawless smiled bitterly and said, unless someone's strength is comparable to the human monarch. Don't tell me we have to place our hopes of obtaining the divine grade spirit artifact on the participating cultivators. Although they are all geniuses and elites, their cultivation is still too weak. Everyone was speechless. That's the only thing we can do now. If someone brings out a divine grade spirit artifact, except for the first one, which must belong to the Black Tortoise Temple, the rest will belong to whoever brings them out. How about it? Chapter 1895. Lawless suggested that the first divine grade spirit artifact should belong to the Black Tortoise Temple, while the rest would go to whichever force brought it out. The others had no objections, because this was the best arrangement. After all, the Black Tortoise Temple was the most powerful force on the White Tiger continent, so they had the right to do so. However, they couldn't contact the martial artists in the Myriad Demon Graveyard, so it would depend on luck as to who would get the divine grade spirit artifact. There are 28 people left in the Myriad Demon Graveyard, and they are evenly distributed. Any side has a chance. Lawless looked at the huge and terrifying crack in the Myriad Demon Graveyard, but he couldn't see the movements of the martial artists inside. At this time, he could only wait anxiously. The black spatial crack was huge, as if a terrifying hole had been torn in the earth. The black vortex in the middle was like a bottomless pit, making people afraid to approach it. However, the remaining 28 people in the Myriad Demon Graveyard had all rushed over. It seemed that curiosity could easily drive a person to do something. There's really a lot of people. Ling Xiao looked around. Even though the number of contestants had decreased by a lot, there were still 28 people. This number wasn't considered small. In addition to the participants, there were also many black ghostly figures nearby. These ghostly figures were probably condensed from the remnant souls of the heavenly demons, and were somewhat similar to the Yiksha ghostly figure. They had probably come here because they were attracted by the spatial crack. Ling Xiao lowered his head to take a look. The size of this black spatial crack was actually dozens of miles long and dozens of miles wide. Its surface area could not be considered small. The black vortex was filled with extremely pure dark power, as well as a heart-palpitating demonic aura. Master, you're here too? A person appeared beside Ling Xiao. It was Cold Plum. Ling Xiao was surprised that she hadn't left the second round yet. Along with Cold Plum were Long Chen, Dan Feng, Sun Lingchan, and Lu Lian. Where are the others? Ling Xiao asked. They should have been teleported out. Anyway, I saw Feng Minglian encounter the fifth disciple of the Jingyi school. In order to save her life, she had to leave. She probably didn't get a single treasure. Long Chen said, unhappily. It's the same for Ji Luoyu. she encountered Wulong. If I didn't help her, she would have been in danger. She had no choice but to leave. Sun Lingchan sighed and said, "The Heavenly Wolf, young master, wants to snatch Mou and Zhu Xiaocong's treasures." Those two also withdrew. Danfeng answered, "A wise decision. Did no one see Blue Snow and Scarlet Moon?" Ling Xiao asked, "Master, I saw it. The two of them were being chased by the Crown Princess. Fortunately, Jun Ma Chou of the Jingyi School helped them escape." Cold Plum replied, "The Crown Princess, Wulong, the fifth prince, and even the Heavenly Wolf, young master." Very good, very good. For Ling Xiao, although it was a pity that his friends were forced to withdraw, as long as they were not dead, he could accept it. After all, as his cultivation continued to increase, the enemies he would encounter in the future would also be stronger. Among friends, there would always be people who would fall behind. He would not abandon his friends, but he would not allow them to take risks easily. Otherwise, why would he conquer this country? Wasn't it to let his people have a good home? "Master, look, something seems to be spurting out from the vortex." At this moment, Cold Plum suddenly shouted and pointed at the black vortex. Indeed, a cold light flew out from the vortex. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to see it with the naked eye. However, after a while its speed gradually decreased, and many martial artists saw what it looked like. It was a sword, a pitch-black demonic sword. Its terrifying power instantly split open a tomb near the crack. This powerful energy undulation made everyone involuntarily startled. A treasure-grade spiritual weapon. It's actually a treasure-grade spiritual weapon. That's mine. Precious things could always arouse people's greed. A divine-grade demon sword was enough to make most of the martial artists present go crazy. At that moment, countless shadows rushed out, including the martial artists and the heavenly demon ghost shadows. The originally peaceful area around the crack was instantly plunged into chaos. "Don't fight yet. Let's see the situation first." Ling Xiao, Long Chen, Danfeng, Cold Plum, Lu Lian, and Sun Lingchan didn't move, but the others didn't have so many misgivings. A treasure-grade spiritual weapon was a treasure that only rebirth realm martial artists could use to their fullest potential. For Yin-Yang realm martial artists, it was an absolute treasure. "All of you scram. This is mine." Amidst his furious roar, the heavenly thunder tiger Lei Lai's entire body released an astonishing power of thunder and lightning. The warriors surrounding him and pouncing towards the black longsword were all delayed in their movements, including Tianhai Tyranny and Feng Fei. Of course, that was because those two weren't very interested in the black sword. They didn't want to risk their lives against him. Otherwise, he might not be able to get the sword. Ha ha! Good sword, truly a good sword. With this item, I should be ranked first in this treasure hunt, right? Lei Lai was still rejoicing when something suddenly shot out from within. Everyone looked and saw that it was another weapon. However, it wasn't a sword, but a strange weapon. It was a guzheng. A strange killing intent emanated from the guzheng. As the music rang out, the surrounding sand and stones flew into the air. Trees broke apart, creating a shocking scene. It's actually an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. It's even stronger than the previous one. Seeing this, the crowd fought even harder. But Feng Fei had helped Zue Linglong steal it. "Everyone, this guzheng treasure isn't easy for you to use. Why don't you give it to my junior sister?" Feng Fei's smile was indifferent, but everyone could sense the terrifying killing intent hidden behind it. This was definitely a woman who killed without batting an eye. But her killing intent wouldn't be easily exposed. It was hidden very well. No one was willing to fight with her, including Tianhai Tyranny. In any case, it looked like the crack wasn't closing up yet, so there was still a chance. As expected, the next crack in space was like a treasure trove that kept spitting out treasures. Every once in a while, it would spit out a treasure. Of these treasures, there were treasure-grade spiritual weapons, immortal-grade spiritual weapons, and even the worst were high-quality spiritual weapons. Basically, all 13 of the top geniuses had a spiritual weapon each. Of course, the best 3 were still taken by Feng Fei, Zui Linglong, and Tianhai Tyranny. Ling Xiao didn't move from beginning to end. He was waiting. He believed that there was something even stronger than the treasure-grade and immortal-grade spiritual qi in this crack. Moreover, he noticed a pattern. Every time a spiritual weapon spat out, it would shoot in the direction of those who didn't get it. Chapter 1896. It's coming again. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. This fluctuation. Heavens, it's fiercer than any of the previous ones. Could it be a divine grade spirit artifact? Whoosh. As expected, another item flew out. What flew out was a colored glaze armor. This was a defensive treasure, and its value was twice that of an offensive treasure. After all, a defensive treasure could save one's life at a critical moment. The colored glass armor could release a colored glass light that covered a martial artist's entire body. It was much stronger than defensive elemental energy. Even if a yin-yang realm martial artist couldn't activate its effects, it still had powerful defensive properties. This was different from offensive treasures. Thus, the appearance of the colored glass armor attracted the attention of many martial artists. All of you scram for this crown prince. This colored glass armor is mine. Although Tianhai Tyranny was strong, they still coveted the colored glass armor. My apologies, but I want this colored glass armor. Feng Fei moved at the same time. She had no reason to let go of such a treasure. Only the Heavenly Devil sect is worthy of such a treasure. Xiao, Buddy, and pounced as well. In that instant, 13 peak geniuses pounced at the colored glass armor, none of them willing to give up. However, the moment the 13 people approached the colored glaze armor released a colored glaze light, and the 13 people were all sent flying. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. A divine grade spirit artifact was indeed a divine grade spirit artifact. Its power was simply terrifying. After the colored glaze armor sent everyone flying, it actually shot straight towards Ling Xiao. Of the 28 people, everyone else had taken the treasures inside. The only difference was the quality of their treasures. Only Ling Xiao hadn't made a move. Thus, the colored glass armor flew straight for him and covered his body. He couldn't even break free. Ling Xiao, hand it over, or else you'll die today. This time, Ling Xiao became the target of public criticism. All 13 peak geniuses charged at him. If you make a move, I'll leave immediately. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What was he afraid of? Although he couldn't fight all 13 of them at once, he could choose to withdraw. To be able to obtain such a top-notch defensive treasure in the second battle, he was absolutely satisfied. Besides, the treasure hunt was about to end. Even if they left now, they wouldn't lose much. Master, the spatial rift seems to be closing. At this moment, Cold Plum reminded him in a low voice. I can feel that there's something good in that crack. Wait outside. I'll go in and take a look. Ling Xiao was bold. Furthermore, he had already used the Taiji eye to observe. As long as he came out before the crack closed, he wouldn't be in too much danger. Therefore, he changed his mind about retreating in an instant. After dodging the sneak attack of the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, he plunged straight into the whirlpool. Everyone was dumbfounded. Junior sister, since that whirlpool is able to spit out so many magic treasures, it must be a treasure trove. Could it be that we're just going to watch that kid take all the treasures? The 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong's eyes turned red as he shouted at Feng Fei. So speaking, he ignored the danger and chased after him. The pitch-black whirlpool swallowed him whole. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. So many people began to hesitate. I'll be going first. Feng Fei followed Wulong into the whirlpool. Meanwhile, tyranny of the celestial sea, the crown prince consort, Zui Linglong, and the rest all entered one by one. Of the 13 top geniuses, only the heavenly wolf gentleman, the silver wolf princess, Xiao Badian, and Lei Lai didn't enter. Perhaps they were cautious, or perhaps they were timid. In any case, they wouldn't risk stepping into such a deep unknown territory. A bunch of idiots. Your greed will make you die a tragic death sooner or later, Xiao Badian cursed. The little guy cursed and suddenly looked towards Sun Lingchan and the others. Since Ling Xiao had left, he naturally wanted to vent his anger on them. The treasure hunt's about to end. Let's withdraw as well, lest we catch that guy's eye. Sun Lingchan had already gotten most of the treasures. With the second battle ending, there was less than 15 minutes left. She didn't want to take any risks. Afterwards, she called for the martial artists who were friends with Ling Xiao to leave together. The rest of the people did, as she said. Only Cold Plum plunged headfirst into the whirlpool. Ling Xiao had always said that in this world, even if the woman he loved the most would betray him, Long Mei would not. That was because Cold Plum's loyalty was engraved in her bones. In the end, more than 10 of the 28 people entered the black whirlpool. This was a gamble with their lives. If they lost, they'd lose their little lives. But if they won, they'd reap great rewards. By now, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the black whirlpool. It looked more like a tunnel protected by black energy that led to the depths of the spatial rift. According to ancient records, the reason why spatial cracks would appear was because a certain plane had exploded, and then the spatial fragments collided with the profound world and embedded themselves, forming such cracks. Some rifts were long-lasting and became a special space in the mystic world. Some would shatter after a period of time due to the instability of the energy. Of course, there was also a special kind of spatial rift that appeared periodically. Every once in a while, it would appear in the mystic world. The spatial rift in front of Ling Xiao was such a case. Passing through the pitch-black tunnel, Ling Xiao finally saw the truth of this space. This was a terrifying graveyard, or rather, it was a tragic battlefield. There were no longer any survivors on the battlefield. What was left behind were huge skeletons. These skeletons were similar to the human figures in the mystic world, but much larger. The shortest one was 4 or 5 meters tall. Huge, rusty weapons were inserted into the ground. There were also countless collapsed war chariots. The entire sky and earth were blood red, like purgatory. It was very uncomfortable. Even the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. It seems that besides the mystic world, other planes also have wars. It's basically impossible for such a tragic battlefield to form without hundreds of thousands of people fighting. As Ling Xiao watched, he made an analysis in surprise. The magic weapons that flew out before had all absorbed the smell of blood on the battlefield and flew out after gaining spirituality. Presumably, no spirit weapon was willing to be sealed in this fragmented space that was gradually decaying. As Ling Xiao walked, he released the scarlet blood sword and began to madly absorb the smell of blood on the battlefield. This smell of blood might be extremely unpleasant to others, and it would make them feel very uncomfortable. But for him, it was a very good tonic. At the very least, it could make his scarlet blood sword and blood sun sword stronger. After walking a few steps, Ling Xiao found that the types of skeletons gradually increased. Chapter 1897, In addition to the huge human skeletons, there were also some strange humans with bones on their backs that looked like wing bones. There were also huge beast skeletons. The entire battlefield was very chaotic. However, it was basically confirmed that it was a battle between huge humans and winged humans. No one knew who won or lost, but this battle was really tragic. There were so many skeletons left behind. It looked like there were hundreds of thousands or even millions. Ling Xiao walked on the road, and there was always the sound of bones being crushed under his feet. This made him feel a little strange. On another battlefield, Cold Plum walked forward cautiously. She came in to look for Ling Xiao, but as soon as she entered, she was blown away by a gust of wind and lost sight of Ling Xiao's shadow. What's that sound? Cold Plum was very confused. After stepping into this spatial crack, a strange sound suddenly sounded in her mind. This sound was clearly speaking, but she couldn't understand it because it wasn't any language in the mystic world. However, this sound seemed to be guiding her forward, causing her body to involuntarily rush in a direction. Ha ha ha! Looks like this daddy's luck isn't bad. I actually met Ling Xiao's woman. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. The hundred-eyed demon lord, Wu Long, appeared in front of Cold Plum. However, Cold Plum didn't pay attention to him at all. There was a strange black light in her cold eyes, causing Wu Long's heart to tremble. Damn it, why am I afraid of her? The hundred-eyed demon lord, Wu Long, felt that this was simply a disgrace. He suddenly jumped up and charged toward Cold Plum. Unexpectedly, Cold Plum didn't slow down and continued to rush forward. She didn't make a move, but her body was wrapped in a layer of pitch-black light. She directly crashed into the hundred-eyed demon lord, Wu Long Boom. With this collision, the hundred-eyed demon lord, Wu Long, immediately spat out blood and retreated. How is this possible? Wu Long was terrified. If he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Ling Xiao, he would feel a little better. But now he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a maidservant by Ling Xiao's side. How could he accept this? This was simply a great humiliation. When he took a closer look, he found that Cold Plum was wrapped in pitch-black energy, as if she was being protected by some kind of power. So that's how it is. Could it be that this woman is going to have some good luck? Wu Long's face was gloomy and uncertain. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should give chase, a black gust of wind suddenly came from the sky. Without even looking, he threw a punch at him. However, just as the two energies were about to collide, Wu Long's expression changed drastically. The most formidable aspect of the strong was that they could clearly see danger. In that instant, Wu Long made a smart choice and threw out a magic treasure that he had just obtained. The magic treasure that blocked the black wind was instantly corroded. Wu Long took advantage of this precious moment to teleport out. As long as the spatial rift did not close, the teleportation ability would not disappear. Unfortunately, he originally wanted to get more benefits. Now, not only did he not get any benefits, but he also had to leave early. There were still 13 minutes left before the end of the treasure hunt. Ling Xiao did not know that Cold Plum was looking for him. He was the first to arrive at the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, he had already traveled more than 10 miles, and no one had caught up to him. There were more and more strange skeletons that he saw. The most shocking thing was that he found thousands of skeletons of rebirth state experts in a small valley. Some of them were also tall giants. Some of them were humans with wings. Divine grade spiritual weapon. Ling Xiao's eyes were sharp. He instantly found a pitch-black sword in the chest of one of the giant skeletons. This black sword was actually a divine grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, it was a divine grade spiritual weapon that only high-ranking rebirth state experts were qualified to possess. He dashed over, and with a wave of his hand, the black sword was caught in his hand. After so many years, the divine-grade spiritual weapon had absorbed a large amount of blood aura. It was no longer as effective as it used to be. The moment he grabbed it, the sword instantly shattered. What a pity! A divine-grade spiritual weapon has turned into trash. It seems that not all magic weapons are suitable for blood aura. Ling Xiao shook his head and was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that he could get another divine-grade spiritual weapon. Who knew that it would turn out to be a delusion? Continue to search. Maybe there are even better magic weapons that have survived. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao dashed forward. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook. On the ground, a giant skeleton that was about 10 meters tall stood up shakily. Roar! A terrifying and shocking roar exploded from its mouth. Then, the giant skeleton actually swung its fist at Ling Xiao. Its aura was rather terrifying. Could it be that I pulled out the black sword just now, so the skeleton revived? Ling Xiao was puzzled. He did not understand why only the skeleton here could revive after seeing so many skeletons. However, there was not much time for him to let his imagination run wild. The enemy in front of him was a high-level rebirth state expert when he was alive. If he was alive, he would probably be able to crush Ling Xiao into pieces with a pinky finger. Even if he was only a skeleton now, he would definitely not be easy to deal with. Mystic world body, flaming godly phoenix. Fire was the nemesis of all immortal things. Therefore, Ling Xiao transformed into a flaming godly phoenix and turned into a fierce flame that attacked the giant skeleton. The flame directly penetrated the skeleton, causing the giant skeleton to burst into flames. With a crackling sound, it finally fell apart and fell to the ground one by one. It did not shatter or burn. Instead, it glowed with a golden light. Good heavens! As expected of the skeleton of a rebirth state expert, this skeleton can be considered a magic weapon. It just so happens that my skeleton general's body is not strong enough. Why don't I use it to strengthen it? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately opened the door of the tomb of the god of sin and threw the scattered bones inside. The skeleton general had its own intelligence. He would make his own decisions on how to strengthen his body. There was no need for Ling Xiao to interfere. He only needed to provide the materials. Although the skeleton was very powerful when he was alive, it was only because he had a murderous aura after death. Therefore, it was normal for Ling Xiao to kill him. Ling Xiao was thinking about whether there were any other skeletons that suddenly revived. He had to be careful when he suddenly saw a golden object falling from the sky. Reincarnation seed. Ling Xiao grabbed the golden seed in his hand. He could not hide his excitement. Every rebirth state expert would produce a reincarnation seed in their body. This was also the key to maintaining the rebirth state expert's body. If the reincarnation seed was lost, the expert who entered the rebirth state would lose all their memories and abilities. This was not something that any expert would want to encounter. Of course, Ling Xiao was not particularly clear about this. He had only vaguely heard some rumors. Chapter 1898. This reincarnation seed contains all the memories and martial techniques of a rebirth realm powerhouse. If you obtain it, you will have the opportunity to cultivate a body more suitable for reincarnation. Once you enter the rebirth realm in the future, your chances of survival will greatly increase. The Yuan Venerate suddenly spoke. If a rebirth realm martialist wants to maintain his appearance, the strength of his physical body, and his memories after reincarnation, the requirements are very high. You have to search for more reincarnation seeds. I believe that others will be searching for them as well. This is an opportunity. Understood. Ling Xiao still didn't completely understand what the Yuan Venerate meant. After all, he wasn't a rebirth realm martialist. However, The Yuan venerate's words couldn't be wrong. There was no need for him to figure it out now. It wouldn't be too late to figure it out slowly in the future. Thus, Ling Xiao began the process of frantically searching for reincarnation seeds. Even though there were many rebirth realm martialists, not every corpse of a rebirth realm martialist contained a reincarnation seed. Searching for one wasn't that easy. Furthermore, Ling Xiao wasn't the only one in the spatial rift. It's actually a reincarnation seed. I never imagined that there would be such a thing in the spatial rift. Ha ha ha. The heavens have treated Tyranny Tianhai well. Somewhere, Tyranny Tianhai laughed heartily. This wasn't the only scene in the spatial rift. Almost all the martialists who had entered the spatial rift and hadn't exited had discovered the reincarnation seed. For martialists who were determined to reach the rebirth realm, the reincarnation seed was too important. This was the cultivation experience and foundation of their predecessors. With it, many difficult problems could be easily solved, and one wouldn't have to feel the stones to cross the river. More importantly, the reincarnation seed could strengthen a martialist's soul and body, allowing them to obtain more benefits in the rebirth realm. However, there was a limit to the reincarnation seed, so the martialists also began to fight over it. The martialists who had originally maintained a tacit understanding and weren't willing to fight each other also began to fight. More and more martialists were sent out of the spatial rift ahead of time. The sixth reincarnation seed. Ling Xiao once again destroyed the corpse of a rebirth realm martialist and obtained a reincarnation seed. These seeds were really hard to come by. Xiao Chun was the first to discover it. After that, he did not stop. Relying on the Taiji eye, he only managed to find 6 cycle seeds. It was unlikely that the others could do better than him. There are only 5 minutes left before the treasure hunt ends. There is still a rebirth state king's corpse over there. Hurry up! Ling Xiao circulated his soul power, and the Tai Chi eye released a strange light. Instantly, he could see tens of li away. His figure flickered as he sped up. A few dozen kilometers was nothing to a yin-yang realm martial artist, but Ling Xiao still had to hurry. Even if he found the corpse of a rebirth realm martial artist, he might not be able to obtain the reincarnation seed. Arriving at the scene, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. Taking advantage of the fact that the skeleton had yet to stand up, he directly punched out. A terrifying scarlet sun force gushed out from his fist, instantly smashing the skeleton into pieces. Good luck, this is the 7th one. A golden seed flew out and landed in Ling Xiao's hand, causing him to smile in relief. After running such a long distance, it would be a waste if he did not obtain anything. When Ling Xiao took out the seed of reincarnation, a pair of gloomy eyes stared at him from about a mile away. Ling Xiao, since you met me today, just wait for your death. Moreover, this fellow has already obtained 7 cycle seeds. I only managed to obtain 1 after so much effort. The figure revealed a jealous and unhappy expression. Then he disappeared into the darkness and sped up towards Ling Xiao. Trying to sneak attack me? The instant that person moved, Ling Xiao's soul power accurately captured him. His earth vision and heaven hearing was still effective, and its range was even larger. A huge circle enveloped everything within half a li of him. If there was any movement within this range, he would immediately know. The person was extremely fast. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth cracked into a smile. I was wondering who it was. So it is the White Tiger Empire's violent tiger, Lei Mang. Ling Xiao looked at the newcomer. It was one of the 13 peak geniuses, Lei Mang. This White Tiger Empire was really interesting. The strongest Lei Lai did not enter, but Lei Mang and Lei Tun did. That Lei Lai was really cautious. Brat, You actually dared to not run after meeting me, violent tiger, Lei Mang. Seems like you are very confident in yourself. Lei Mang looked like a brainless person. He was relatively simple and straightforward. Give me your cycle seed, and I will not kill you. In any case, I have no enmity with you. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled. Then why don't you give me your cycle seed? Lei Mang was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an attitude towards him. He was instantly annoyed. He did not waste any more words. Raising his hands, he suddenly took out 2 octagonal purple golden hammers and smashed them towards Ling Xiao. Originally, we had no enmity and wanted to let you live. Now, it seems like you really like to court death. The twin hammers emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if 2 mountains were pressing down, smashing through the sky. Ling Xiao's face turned cold. He suddenly raised his hand and used Blood Sun Sword. He did not dare to be careless against Lei Mang. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and terrifying fissures spread across the ground. Ling Xiao and Lei Mang were forced to retreat. This exchange actually ended in a draw. How is this possible? I am an Yin-Yang Realm Level 18 expert. How can you, a mere Yin-Yang Realm Level 13 expert, fight against me? Lei Mang naturally did not understand. Ling Xiao was currently at the Yin-Yang Realm Level 14, and he happened to be Lei Mang's nemesis. Lei Mang's forte was brute force, and he also cultivated the body refining technique. However, in terms of body refining technique, Ling Xiao's mystic world body was much better than his. Ling Xiao was not afraid of him in a physical fight. Good boy, I underestimated you. No wonder you dared to challenge Tianhai tyranny. You do have some strength, but it all ends here. Lei Mang's body suddenly emitted a terrifying power. His body began to transform, gradually turning into a huge monster with a tiger head and a human body. He still held 2 octagonal purple golden hammers in his hands. Countless cracks appeared on the ground under his feet due to his terrifying power. It looked extremely strange. You think you're the only one who can transform? Ling Xiao sneered, and his body began to transform. Mystic world body, thunder dragon. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky. Ling Xiao's body completely transformed into a dragon, and his huge claws clawed at Lei Mang. Roar! Lei Mang roared like a tiger, and his twin hammers collided with the dragon claws. Chapter 1899. The ground was blasted open by the terrifying explosion, and a large number of skeletons appeared. One of the skeletons was blood red, and it was very similar to Bai Ren's skeletons. The skeletons suddenly exploded, and 2 blood-red rays of light shot towards Ling Xiao and Lei Mang at the same time. Ling Xiao's reaction was extremely fast. His body moved instantly as if he had moved in an instant. However, Lei Mang's choice was a little strange. He was too confident in himself. He actually swung his hammers at the blood-red skeletons. Puff! The terrifying power sent Lei Mang flying. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood contained fragments of his internal organs, and he seemed to be seriously injured. Of course, the blood-red skeletons were not completely fine. After being hit by the hammers, the skeletons caved in and froze there for a long time without moving. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and suddenly exerted his strength. The terrifying sky dragon claw slammed down and completely shattered the blood-red skeletons. Then a reincarnation seed flew into his hand. This reincarnation seed was slightly larger than the others, and it was golden red. After using it, the effects would definitely be better. Run! Although Lei Mang was not very smart, he was not stupid to the extreme. He was now seriously injured, but Ling Xiao was unharmed. If it were him, he would definitely be afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly attack and kill him. It would be better for him to teleport out. Although he was unwilling, it was better than dying here. Ling Xiao did not chase after Lei Mang. Anyway, he could not catch up to him unless he teleported out too. There were still 3 minutes before the treasure hunt ended. He still had some things to do. Under the ground that had been blasted open, there were many skeletons of rebirth realm martial artists. Perhaps he could find more reincarnation seeds or spirit weapons. He thought that nothing would happen in the next 3 minutes. However, he was wrong. It was unknown who had triggered some kind of mechanism, but within the spatial rift, 10 terrifying shadows suddenly descended. These 10 black shadows were all at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They actually started to chase after the martial artists in the spatial crack. At this moment, there were still 11 people left in the spatial crack. Ling Xiao, Tianhai Tyranny, the Crown Princess, Feng Fei, Zui Linglong, Jun Macho, Mu Wanshuang, Lei Tun, Fairy Qingqiu, Qingqiu Lihua, and Cold Plum. Among the 11 people, except for Cold Plum, this terrifying expert had appeared in front of everyone. In an instant, Jun Macho and Mu Wanshuang were sent out of the treasure hunt. The rest of the people began to fight with the black shadows. The White Tiger Continent's 13 top geniuses, no matter which one it was, all lived up to their reputations. However, these shadows were extremely strange. Even they were defeated within a minute due to the strange energy restriction within the spatial rift, and had to leave. In the last 2 minutes, only Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were left in the space crack. Of course, Ling Xiao was no match for the Black Shadow, but he had too many ways to escape. In an instant, the Black Shadow lost its target and headed in the direction of Cold Plum. He couldn't abandon Cold Plum and leave alone. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Cold Plum's shadow. Currently, Cold Plum was surrounded by a ball of black energy. He didn't know what was going on, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. 2 minutes might not be enough for a normal person, but for him, it was enough for many things. On the road to Cold Plum's location, there were 4 figures standing there. They had transparent wings on their backs, and their bodies were like phantoms. The first figure was at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When Ling Xiao tried to go past him to find Cold Plum, the other party suddenly attacked and blocked Ling Xiao's path. "Scram! I don't have time to play with you." Ling Xiao roared. He didn't even attack. His terrifying voice contained powerful sword intent that penetrated the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist's soul ocean. The martial artist instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared. However, after killing one person, another person attacked almost at the same time. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He suddenly punched, and a firmament fist descended from the sky and turned the second person into black smoke. The second person's cultivation was at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, after defeating this person, Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. It was obvious that each of the 4 figures was stronger than the last. After defeating the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm Black Shadow, the next one was at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, Ling Xiao was still expressionless in the face of this Black Shadow. He waved his hand, and the Divine Light sword appeared in his hand. The first form of the Crimson Sun sword technique, Dawn in the Horizon. The moment the Divine Light sword appeared, it seemed extremely slow, but the light had already pierced the third Black Shadow's body. The flames burned, and the Black Shadow gradually turned into ashes. What surprised Ling Xiao was that the moment the Black Shadow was burned, he actually saw the fear in the other party's eyes. These fellows actually had consciousness. However, to him, he couldn't care less. Cold Plum's safety was the most important. These Black Shadows wanted to stop him, so he had to kill them. The 4th Black Shadow was at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although it was slightly difficult to deal with, it wasn't too difficult for Ling Xiao. He only used 3 seconds to kill the first 3 black shadows. Almost every second, Ling Xiao killed an opponent. Even the 4th shadow was surprised by this. He actually spoke. It's rare that you can actually break through the obstruction of the first 3 people. Moreover, you're so young. It's a pity that you're too young. If you had a few more years, you would have been able to successfully pass through the 5 shadow formation of the space crack and reach the core of the space crack. When you reach there, you'll benefit even more. What a pity, what a pity. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Either get out of my way or die. The girl inside is my friend. If I want to leave, I have to take her with me. Ling Xiao said coldly to the other party as he accumulated his strength. Since she's your friend, I can make things easier for you. If you can get past me, I'll let you take her with you. The black shadow said calmly, "There's no need for that. If I ask you to get out of my way, then get out of my way. Don't make me angry." Ling Xiao's voice became even colder. He was about to release the power he had accumulated. What an arrogant brat. Since that's the case, unless you kill me, don't even think about getting past me. I've already given you a chance. It's you who doesn't understand how precious it is. The black shadow seemed to be a little angry. He felt that Ling Xiao looked down on him. This time, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. He had already finished accumulating power. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky. Red Sun Sword Technique. Second style, Red Sun Flash. Kill. What? The black shadow only had that dazzling light in his eyes. The speed was too fast. The only thing he could do was to put his hands in front of him to protect his vital parts. Chapter 1900. Swish. The terrifying sword intent was both sharp and powerful. A ferocious killing intent surged out of Ling Xiao's body and poured into the sword light. The sharp sword intent became even sharper. The black figure's hands were pierced through, and a small cut appeared on its throat. You really are arrogant. But there's a reason for your arrogance. It's because I'm not as good as you. But you still can't reach that woman, because you can't get past the 5th person. The black figure slowly fell to the ground and turned into a wisp of green smoke. The 5th person? Ling Xiao gave a start. He didn't see the 5th person. Could it be? He thought of the 10 figures at the 18th level of Yin Yang realm. Could this 5th person be one of them? If so, then it'd be terrible. The 18th level of the Yin Yang realm was the peak of the Yin Yang realm. Aside from those at the half-step rebirth realm, they were almost invincible. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it was too difficult to defeat an opponent of this level. But he had to try. He knew that Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, and even Lei Lai were all at the 18th level of the Yin Yang realm. His Taiji, I couldn't see through their cultivation levels, but he could guess that they were stronger than that. They couldn't be weaker than the 18th level of the Yin Yang realm. Since no one's watching, I might as well use my full strength. It's been a long time since I've used all my trump cards. Ling Xiao saw the black shadow that had already appeared. Just as he predicted, it was at the peak of the 18th level of the Yin Yang realm. Less than 10 seconds had passed since the last 2 minutes. Ling Xiao still had 1 minute and 50 seconds to defeat the black figure and save Cold Plum. At the same time, a huge uproar was happening outside Thunderclap City. Everyone was looking at the stage. Even Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, and Lei Lai had been sent out. Lei Lai hadn't entered the spatial crack, but he was sent out as well. That was because the people outside were being chased by the black figure. If the people outside could enter the spatial crack, the black figure inside could come out as well. What's going on? It wasn't time yet, so why had everyone come out? Could it be that something happened inside? That shouldn't be the case. Maybe these people all think that victory is already in their grasp, so it's fine if they don't continue for the last 2 minutes. What you said seems to make some sense. Then guess who exactly will become the top 3 geniuses? If you ask me, Feng Fei counts as one, Tianhai tyranny counts as another, and then there's Lei Lai. Don't look down on the other geniuses. Drunken Linglong is unfathomable, and the little guy is strange and unpredictable. They could all be the strongest contenders for the top 3. Anyway, it can't be that arrogant Ling Xiao, right? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, that's right. That person is only good at talking, although he has some strength against 13 top geniuses, not to mention getting into the top 3. I reckon he won't even be able to keep his life. That's right. That's right. We've seen plenty of people like him. He didn't come out. Could he be dead? He's definitely dead. Otherwise, how could he still be alive when the others have all come out? Could he be stronger than the 13 top geniuses? While the crowd was praising the 13 top geniuses, they didn't forget to mock Ling Xiao as well. It was as if Ling Xiao was the clown of the white tiger meat. But they didn't know that clowns were sometimes the scariest of existences. Lawless and the other 5 judges stood in the air, anxiously waiting for the results to be tallied up. As they saw it, the second round of the white tiger meat, the treasure hunt, had already ended early. There was no need to wait any longer. Ling Xiao must have died inside. In the end, he'd be teleported out with the other dead cultivators. Right now, he was more concerned about who had the highest score, and whether or not anyone had gotten a divine-grade spirit weapon. Just as the spectators had predicted, the 3 strongest geniuses in his eyes were Feng Fei, Tianhai tyranny, and Lei Lai. But even if a dark horse appeared, it couldn't be the 16 geniuses from the first round. Of course, it couldn't be Ling Xiao, because that guy was already dead. The results are out. Suddenly, Lawless received a report. Announce it immediately, Lawless said excitedly. He wanted to know who the top 3 geniuses were as well. After all, they might have divine-grade spirit weapons in their hands. There's still a minute left. Are we really going to end it early? The martial artist who came to report asked hesitantly. What are you hesitating for? Those who haven't come out yet are all trash. Do you think they're stronger than the 13 top geniuses? Lawless looked coldly at the newcomer and shouted. Supreme Divinity's words are correct. This subordinate will announce the results now. After all, Lawless was his superior, and he was only a subordinate. He didn't dare speak too much, lest he offend the other and lose his life. Hearing that the results were about to be announced, everyone grew excited. But there were still some discordant voices. Judge, we don't accept this. The ones who spoke were those who were on good terms with Ling Xiao. Why don't you accept this? Lawless looked coldly at these people. A bunch of ants dared to raise objections to his way of doing things. The treasure hunt isn't over yet. Isn't it too hasty to announce the results now? How do you know that Ling Xiao can't be stronger than them? The one who spoke was Dan Feng. As the strongest and most stable martial artist in the Heavenly Empire, Ling Xiao wasn't here for the time being, so of course he had to speak. Are you questioning my judgment? Lawless looked coldly at Dan Feng, his eyes revealing a cold, murderous intent. I wouldn't dare. I'm just speaking the truth. Dan Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Ants should just sit there obediently and not spout nonsense. Does Ling Xiao think he can surpass us with just his strength? I'm not afraid to tell you that I saw him killed with my own eyes, and he died under my hands. Hundred-eyed demon, Lord Wu Long sneered. Yes, we saw it too. Ling Xiao is indeed dead. He died under the sword of a black shadow. As for who killed him, it's not clear. Lei Tun also spoke out. Humph, that kid is extremely arrogant. Others will choose to run when they encounter danger, but he wants to pretend to be a fatty when he encounters danger. He deserves to be killed. Because he suffered a loss at the hands of Ling Xiao, Lei Mang naturally slandered and despised Ling Xiao. You say that my big brother is dead, so he's dead? What bullshit top genius. You're all just a bunch of rascals shooting your mouth off and talking nonsense. Long Chun stood up in rage, and a dragon roar actually sounded out. The current him has already become the second strongest in the Heavenly Empire, stronger than Dan Feng, and second only to Ling Xiao. Although he can be very impulsive at times, when he fights, it's very reassuring. Chapter 1901. Impudent. In the Jingyi school, the fifth son suddenly exploded and wanted to teach Long Chun a lesson. Lawless didn't stop him, but allowed him to attack Long Chun. Hong Chi wanted to stop him, but was blocked by the demon liquor sword. Don't worry, that boy is more powerful than you think. Hong Chi froze for a moment and didn't move. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky. The fifth son flew over, and then flew back. But this time, he was sent flying by a direct hit. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded through the entire arena. Long Chun looked coldly at the fifth son, who was vomiting blood on the ground, and said loudly, "Do you really think the martial artists of our celestial empire are easy to bully? Trash." The dignified fifth son of the Jingyi school was actually called Trash. This made the faces of the Jingyi school people ugly. But what could they do? The fifth son was no match for Long Chun, unless Feng Fei, Wu Long, Zui Linglong, and Jun Mo Qing made a move. They would also be humiliated. Boy, you're courting death. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long had almost been killed twice by Ling Xiao. Previously, he had been injured by cold plum in the spatial rift, so he had no choice but to withdraw midway. He had long wanted to find someone from the Celestial Empire. This time, when he saw Wu Long injure the fifth son, he felt that his chance had come. With a roar, he struck out with both palms, and the terrifying palm shadows completely enveloped Long Chun. The Battle of the Kings hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry, hundred-eyed demon lord? Do you want me to accompany you in a fight? The one who suddenly appeared between Long Chun and Wu Long was Sun Lingchan. She had received many favors from Ling Xiao and was entrusted by Ling Xiao to take care of the Celestial Empire's martial artists. Seeing Wu Long make a move now, she naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Hundreds of silver needles emitted a strange cold light in front of her, startling hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long and forcing him to stop. This woman isn't simple. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long's face was gloomy. Sun Lingchan's strength didn't seem to be inferior to that crown prince's consort at all. Had this woman been pretending all along? That's enough. Just as Wu Long was caught between a rock and a hard place, Lawless' voice came again. The referee for the second match is me. If I say that I will announce the results now, then I will announce it now. If that Ling Xiao is really still alive and even obtained better results, this sovereign is willing to apologize to him in front of everyone. I'm afraid an apology alone won't be enough, right? How about something more substantial and ensure that the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire can safely leave the myriad Thunder Extreme place? The liquor demon sword said with a smile. Lawless frowned. He could call Long Chun and Dan Feng ants, but he dared not underestimate the wine demon sword. But how could he agree to this condition? He knew that someone wanted Ling Xiao's life after the White Tiger storm meet ended. Don't dare? Or are you not confident in your own words? Since you are not confident, just stay there and don't make a fuss. It won't be too late to announce the results after the treasure hunt. The demonic liquor sword's voice was filled with cold mockery. Lawless, with such a domineering name, was the kind of person who refused to admit defeat. How could he not react to the wine demon sword's mockery? If that Ling Xiao is still alive and ranked in the top 3, then this sovereign swears that anyone who wants to kill him will have to step over this sovereign's corpse first. Lawless said loudly, "Hee, very good. Then you can announce the results." The liquor demon sword smiled. Actually, there was no difference whether the results were announced earlier or later for those with high scores. Kieran knew that Lawless would be arrogant. That was why he had proposed such a condition in exchange for some benefits. First place goes to Feng Fei. As expected, it's him, Zhengyi School's #1 genius. He lives up to his name. The audience quickly forgot about Ling Xiao and began to pay attention to the announcement of the results. Tianhai Tyranny couldn't help but furrow his brows when he heard the results. He was unhappy that Feng Fei had surpassed him. At the same time the results were announced, the crystal screens around the arena also displayed the details of her points, including what treasures she had obtained. It was all very clear. This way, everyone could compare and see if there was anything fishy about the results. Second place goes to Tianhai Tyranny. Tianhai Empire's crown prince is still strong enough. That's right. I think the final battle between the kings will be between him and Feng Fei. Third place goes to Lei Lai. Most people's guesses were right. These 3 were the most outstanding of the 13 top geniuses. The second battle's rankings also showed the problem. Fourth place goes to Sun Lingchan. What? It's actually her. She's a dark horse, an absolute dark horse. Fourth place surprised many people. It was actually Sun Lingchan, not one of the 13 top geniuses. My daughter really didn't disappoint me. Pill King's son Beard stroked his beard, looking very proud. Lawless added, "Looks like this time's dark horse is Sun Lingchan. I wonder if there's any other dark horse." Fifth place, the person announcing the results suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he couldn't continue. "What's going on?" Lawless asked sternly. "Honored sir, something doesn't seem right." That person said, "It's not up to you to decide whether it's right or not. These results were compiled by Black Tortoise Temple and the 5 great powers. Don't speak carelessly. In any case, there's a detailed list. What's there to be afraid of?" Lawless said coldly, "Yes, 5th place, Long Chun. Long Chun. How could it be him?" Once again, the crowd was in an uproar. A dark horse had just appeared, and now another dark horse had appeared. Moreover, this dark horse seemed to be even darker. After all, no matter how bad Sun Lingchan was, she was still the second of the Tianhai 4 greats, second only to Tianhai Tyranny. But what was up with this Long Chun? What did he have? However, no matter how many people were unconvinced or couldn't understand, the points on the crystal screen were very clear. They could see how the points were obtained, and they couldn't find any problems. What a stroke of dog luck! Wu Long cursed indignantly. He really couldn't accept that such an unknown guy was ranked in front of him. Could it be that this Long Chen is the strongest in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire? And that Ling Xiao is just a distraction? That's possible. Ling Xiao is being so arrogant on purpose. Isn't it to cover for this Long Chen? I also heard that this Long Chen is a real dragon. People liked to find reasons that they could accept. Therefore, they very naturally believed that Long Chen was the strongest person in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, and Ling Xiao was just cannon fodder that had been thrown out. Only then could they feel a little better and feel that this was a relatively normal situation. Chapter 1902. A bunch of idiots. Long Chen looked at these self-righteous fellows with disdain. Only those who didn't understand his big brother Ling would say such stupid things. Long Chen wasn't afraid of any of the 13 top geniuses. Even Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny couldn't give him the idea that he couldn't win. Ling Xiao was the only one who made him unable to even think of resisting. He was too familiar with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength made it impossible for him to resist. Even he couldn't see through his big brother completely. Ling Xiao had too many secrets. While the results were being announced outside, Ling Xiao's divine radiant sword had already turned into scarlet blood within the spatial rift. The blood-red sword shone, with a strange luster that made people shudder. The black figure at the 18th level of the yin-yang realm looked coldly at the youth before him. "I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. I'm very surprised." "Cut the crap. Get out of the way, and I'll spare your life." Ling Xiao had already sensed that the shadow in the space crack could rely on the demonic aura to suppress martial artists of the same level. However, if the opponent wasn't affected by the demonic aura, then they would become much weaker. They might even be weaker than their opponents. In other words, this black figure might be at the peak of the 18th level of the yin-yang realm, but he relied on his devilish qi to support his strength. If he was outside, he wouldn't be a match for Tianhai Tyranny or Feng Fei. It just so happened that not only would Ling Xiao not be negatively affected by the demonic qi, he could even absorb the demonic qi to make himself stronger. Thus, even though there seemed to be a great disparity in strength, Ling Xiao might not necessarily lose. Not only was there devilish qi in the air, but there was also blood energy. After all, this was a place where many strong cultivators had died. Devilish qi continuously poured into Ling Xiao's body, making him feel incomparably comfortable. His body gradually turned into a half-demon. It wasn't a complete celestial demon, but more like a half-human, half-demon. This was beneficial for absorbing devilish qi without affecting the use of scarlet blood. As scarlet blood absorbed the blood energy, the evil aura grew thicker. There was also that terrifying slaughter sword intent. "Make your move. I won't step aside." The black silhouette said calmly, seemingly indifferent to everything Ling Xiao had displayed. "Very good." Ling Xiao suddenly stabbed out with his sword, and the power of blood burst out. Within the sword qi, there was actually the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. This sword, fused with the fast sword intent, instantly arrived in front of the black figure. The black shadow glanced at it coldly and stretched out 2 fingers, easily catching the scarlet blood sword. The powerful blood energy actually began to dissipate rapidly. "If that's all you've got, you'd better scram. She won't go back with you. She'll stay in this spatial crack forever. She won't come out until 100 years later." The black shadow looked coldly at Ling Xiao, seemingly disdainful. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. This was because he didn't think that he would be able to defeat his opponent with this move. After all, his opponent was a martial artist at the 18th level of the yin-yang realm. Even without the advantage of the spatial crack, he was still not easy to deal with. Third move of the Scarlet Sun Sword technique, Scarlet Sun Vortex. Ling Xiao did not retreat. The scarlet blood sword in his hand suddenly released a strange blood-red vortex, which actually pulled his opponent towards him. The black shadow was slightly stunned. Obviously, he was surprised by this strange move. However, it was just a surprise. A powerful demonic aura burst out of his body. His body directly broke free from the control of the Scarlet Sun Vortex, and he still stood there steadily. Obviously, he did not intend to attack Ling Xiao. His goal was to defend. He blocked Ling Xiao and did not let him pass. In fact, such an opponent was even more difficult to deal with. This was because if the black shadow attacked, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I would be able to see through his flaws. However, if the black shadow did not attack, there would be very few flaws, and he would not be able to grasp them. However, Ling Xiao did not give up. The scarlet blood sword in his hand suddenly turned into a long line. It wriggled in the air like a blood vessel, It pierced towards the black shadow's throat at an extremely strange angle. This attack was too sudden. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Ling Xiao did not believe that the black shadow could completely dodge it. Just as he expected, the sword directly pierced into the black shadow's shoulder. It was originally aimed at the black shadow's throat, but the black shadow shifted at the crucial moment to avoid the fatal point, so the sword pierced into the shoulder. Good sword technique. The black shadow took a step back and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Your cultivation should be at the early stage of the 14th level of the yin-yang realm, right? It's really rare that you can actually stab me. However, everything ends here. After he was injured, he was clearly enraged and did not want to be careless anymore. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt a terrifying demonic aura coming towards him. He had no choice but to use the flash godly travel, and his figure instantly moved dozens of meters away. You won't be able to save her if you keep dodging like this. The black shadow looked at Ling Xiao and mocked him. At this moment, there was only 1 minute left. However, there was still no progress in the battle. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious, but he knew very well that he had to remain calm and not fall into the black shadow's trap. Otherwise, everything would be over. Cold Plum had been with him since General Lin Zhe. He had once said that he would protect Cold Plum from death. If he could not do it today, it would be a slap to his own face, and he would be extremely useless. He definitely did not want to be a useless person. Is that so? Don't regret it. Ling Xiao's expression returned to calmness. This was because he knew that no matter how anxious he was, he had to get rid of the black shadow in front of him first. The crimson blood sword in his hand changed again into the blood sun sword. The moment the blood sun sword was released, the black shadow's expression changed drastically. His figure kept flashing. However, in the end, he still could not avoid all the attacks. Countless terrifying wounds appeared on his body. These wounds pierced his originally somewhat transparent body to the point that it was almost torn to shreds. Did you just say that I can't hurt you anymore? Ling Xiao's face was full of mockery, but he did not stop attacking. The blood sun sword condensed the profound meaning of light, the crimson sun sword essence, the fast and slow sword essence, and the blood force. It was more magnificent than the Crimson Sword General's moves at his peak. Although it was not that powerful, it was only because Ling Xiao's cultivation was relatively low. It did not affect the terrifying power of this sword. Kill! The blood-red sword light flashed again, and the whole world seemed to have turned red. The blood sun sword in his hand stabbed at the black shadow at an astonishing speed, causing the black shadow to keep retreating. It was getting closer and closer to Cold Plum. Blood sun sword, change of the rising sun. Ling Xiao practiced the Crimson Sun Sword technique to combine it with the Crimson Sun 9 changes. Chapter 1903. The Crimson Sun 9 changes did not have any moves, but it could increase the power of the moves. When combined with the Crimson Sun Sword technique, the effect was even more terrifying. The blood-red sword suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and a rising sun unexpectedly appeared in this lifeless space crack. This terrifying sword strike directly pierced through the black shadow's body, leaving a huge hole where the black shadow's heart was. However, the black figure was obviously not human. There was nothing at his heart. Although the sword caused him immense pain, it did not take his life. Scram! The black figure seemed to have been angered. He actually let out a humiliated roar. Terrifying yin-yang energy instantly erupted and surged forward. He wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao and his sword shadows. He was an yin-yang realm space ghost at the 18th level. He even had some memories of his past. However, he was forced into such a passive state by a kid at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he not be angry? All the Crimson Sun Sword shadows instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao also retreated dozens of meters away. However, what he wanted to do was to advance by retreating. Before the black figure could even prepare to attack, Ling Xiao's even stronger move came again. Crimson Sun Sword, Scorching Sun Change. An even more terrifying attack came. The black figure could only block. From the Scorching Sun Change to the Violent Sun Change, and then to the True Sun Change. Ling Xiao continuously attacked 3 times. Although the black figure blocked all of them, he kept retreating. Ling Xiao could already see Cold Plum's appearance. Cold Plum's current situation was a little strange. A pair of strange black horns grew out of her head. Not only that, but a pair of black wings also grew out of her back. She looked even colder than usual. Even Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. What was going on? Was Cold Plum not in trouble? Or was his body taken over by something? Ling Xiao did not dare to let his imagination run wild. Another sword slashed towards the black shadow. Seeing that there was no way out, the black figure finally stopped retreating. The terrifying demonic chi in the surroundings kept surging into his body. A pitch-black cloud surrounded him. His aura was also rapidly growing stronger. A martial artist at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm is indeed difficult to deal with. Looks like I have to use my trump card. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think. This series of attacks had already taken more than half a minute, and the treasure hunt was about to end. He suddenly stopped attacking, and the pitch-black universe of Tyrant appeared behind him, enveloping the entire space. In the space, a black shadow was faintly discernible. Sky Tyrant, Blood Sun Sword, Pure Yang Change. In the vast universe, a blood-red star suddenly lit up. Then, the star cracked open, and a blood-red sword flew out from it. The long sword accelerated its descent and instantly reached the top of the black shadow's head. The black figure looked at the huge Blood Sun Sword in the sky in horror and finally gave up resisting. Is this your true strength? How terrifying! At such a young age, I'm afraid no one in the Yin-Yang realm is a match for you except half-step rebirth realm cultivators. Boom! The terrifying Blood Sun Sword finally landed, and the black shadow was directly slashed apart. His entire body disappeared. Ling Xiao naturally knew how powerful he would be after using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. However, this was his secret, and he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Therefore, when calculating his strength, he would never include the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Rank 6, boom. The announcement of the ranking on the arena stopped for a long time. That was because some people suspected that there was something fishy about Long Chen, who was ranked 5th, and they suggested that the ranking should be recalculated. In the end, there was no problem, but it wasted a lot of time. When the ranking was announced, the treasure hunt had already ended. 2 figures fell from the sky, interrupting the announcement of the results. Who is it? Someone actually dares to cause trouble in the White Tiger meet. Is he courting death? Could it be that someone made it out alive? Everyone's attention was attracted by the terrifying tremors. Even Lawless and the others were staring at the 2 figures in the ring. They wanted to know who they were. Ling Xiao. And who's that woman? I think she's Ling Xiao's maid, but I didn't pay much attention to her name. Astonishment, incomparable astonishment. The 2 figures that appeared on the arena were actually Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. How was this possible? They actually didn't die. Ha ha. Big brother, you really didn't die. Those bastards all said that you died. Ha 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 ha, that's great. Long Chen was so excited that he was crying and laughing at the same time. He simply didn't know how to express his emotions. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire's people all rushed over, surrounding Ling Xiao and Cold Plum in the center. They were all extremely excited. However, among the crowd, Tian High Tyranny, Crown Princess, Hundred-Eyed Demon, Lord Wulong, Xiao Budian, and the 3 tigers of the White Tiger Empire didn't look too good. They were hoping that Ling Xiao would be killed, hoping that they wouldn't see Ling Xiao's figure again. But now, Ling Xiao appeared in front of them, perfectly fine. He didn't even have the slightest injury. Wulong, aren't you ashamed? Didn't you say that you killed Ling Xiao? How is he still alive? Long Chun wiped his tears and looked at Hundred-Eyed Demon, Lord Wulong, and mocked. Wulong lowered his head, his expression unsettled. Although Long Chun mocked and scolded him, he couldn't retort because Ling Xiao really didn't die, and he really did become a complete joke. Ling Xiao is still alive. I didn't expect that woman to also be alive. She's not that strong, right? If Ling Xiao coming out alive was a miracle, then Cold Plum coming out alive was a miracle among miracles. It was simply unbelievable. Cold Plum, are you okay? When Ling Xiao brought Cold Plum out, he didn't even have the time to ask about Cold Plum's situation. At this moment, he didn't care about the discussions around him at all. He just smiled at his friends as a greeting, then looked at Cold Plum and asked. Cold Plum had already returned to her original appearance, but the aura in her body was countless times stronger. This made him feel a little incredulous. He kept worrying that Cold Plum might have been possessed by something. However, the situation observed by the Tai Chi I was very normal. Master, I'm fine. Trust me, when we have time, I'll explain. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao and said very sincerely, It's good that you're fine. Whether you want to explain or not, you decide. When Ling Xiao heard Cold Plum's normal voice, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He gently patted the spiritual medium's head and smiled. Cold Plum naturally had to explain because she felt that Ling Xiao was her only family in this world. She wanted Ling Xiao to completely trust her without the slightest doubt. All right, don't affect the announcement of the results. Stand aside and wait. Lawless's voice came out of nowhere. Chapter 1904. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was still alive. This made Lawless uncomfortable because he'd already made a bet with the Liquor Demon's sword. If he lost, he'd have to guarantee the safety of Ling Xiao and the rest. That was the same as being a bodyguard for free. Of course, he could go back on his word, but he couldn't bear the consequences. Naturally, he hated Ling Xiao and felt that it was Ling Xiao who'd put him in such a difficult situation. Announce the results. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Lawless. Esteemed head judge, have you made a mistake? The treasure hunt hasn't ended yet, but you dare announce the results? Humph, so what if you're alive? Can your existence affect the top 5 rankings? Lawless gave a cold snort. Although he'd seen Ling Xiao come out alive, he still didn't believe that Ling Xiao could change the rankings. As for Lung Mei, it was even more impossible. You're a big shot. Many people listen to your every word. Don't dig your own grave and lose face. That'd be bad. Ling Xiao said mildly. Impudent. Do you think your results are better than Feng Fei and the rest? Lawless had been insulted multiple times today, so he was in a bad mood. His attitude was unyielding. It doesn't matter if my results are better than theirs. If Black Tortoise Temple can't even abide by the most basic rules, won't they become the laughingstock of the world? Ling Xiao's every word laid out the rules and principles in front of everyone. Although these things weren't worth much, they were still useful when there were many people around. Moreover, what if I really get first place? Are you going to kneel down and apologize to me, Lawless? If Black Tortoise Temple's reputation is damaged because of you, how can you make up for it? Ling Xiao looked at Lawless, his attitude cold and arrogant. Lawless was furious. "Brat, you're too savage. If you really can get first place and surpass Feng Fei, what's wrong with me kneeling down to you? Hee, how would I dare to accept that?" It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't dare to accept it, but he felt that this condition was meaningless. He smiled and said, "As long as the Black Tortoise Temple agrees to one condition of mine after this matter is settled." "You're too arrogant. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with the Black Tortoise Temple?" Lawless scolded loudly. "So that's the case. The Black Tortoise Divine Palace disregarded the rules and destroyed the White Tiger Gathering. A minor character like me is not qualified to negotiate with you. In that case, let's not talk about it. When this matter spreads outside, I would like to see how the Black Tortoise Divine Palace will deal with itself." Ling Xiao had always believed that the Black Tortoise Temple might be the strongest force in the White Tiger mainland, but it was absolutely impossible for it to completely suppress all the other forces. Therefore, they also needed to win over talents. At the very least, they had to be fair on the surface. As expected, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a person stepped out. His cultivation level was on par with Lawless's. "Junior brother, the sect head has decreed that you agree to Ling Xiao's conditions. After all, you broke the rules first. If Ling Xiao's results are better than Feng Fei's, then let him raise a condition. Of course, this condition can't be targeted at the Black Tortoise Temple." As soon as the person finished speaking, he stepped back into the crack and disappeared. Lawless's expression was extremely ugly, but he had no choice but to obey the sect head's orders right now. He was well aware of how powerful the Black Tortoise Temple's sovereign was. "Many thanks to the Black Tortoise Temple for your wise decision." Ling Xiao smiled slightly and began to quietly wait for the results to be announced. "That brat really doesn't know life from death. If he doesn't get first place, he'll probably be destroyed for pestering others endlessly." Most of the people in the crowd looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that he was only using this occasion to put on airs. Because there were only two people's results, they were quickly tallied up and presented to the person announcing the results. That person looked at the results with an ugly expression. It was even uglier than when he saw Long Chun get 5th place. He couldn't decide whether to read it or not. Read it. In front of so many people, Lawless didn't dare to do anything. In the end, he was just an honored elder from the 13 halls of the Black Tortoise Temple. He wasn't a top figure. He had to listen to the sect head's words. Under the sect master were 2 sacred hall protectors and a vice sect master. What could he do? He could only admit defeat. There's a new result, so the previous rankings have been changed. Hearing the divine emissary's words, the audience gasped in surprise. The meaning behind his words was clear. He was clearly saying that Ling Xiao's results had changed the rankings. First place few. The divine emissary exhaled deeply, as if he was very nervous. This time, his breathing eased his nerves. Ling Xiao. Hearing the name, Lawless' eyes suddenly glazed over. He looked at the ordinary-looking young man in the ring in disbelief. This kid was only 17 years old. Although he was going to be 18 soon, at his age, he had actually gotten first place in the treasure hunt battle. It was simply unbelievable. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Everyone was shocked, including Ling Xiao's friends. Even though they knew that Ling Xiao would be able to achieve very good results, they did not expect him to do so well. It was really too surprising. Ha 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 ha, this time Lawless has really embarrassed himself. Juma's sword laughed happily. Ling Xiao had once again surprised him and refreshed his expectations. He used to be afraid that his expectations of Ling Xiao were too high, but now he felt that his expectations of Ling Xiao were a little too low. This young man, this scary young man was much more powerful than he had imagined. Ha ha ha, big brother, you are too awesome. You actually got first place. You have really made us proud. Long Chun slapped Ling Xiao's back hard and laughed loudly. Indeed, this is too surprising. Although I thought you might be a dark horse, I didn't expect you to be even darker than me. Sun Lingchan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao's results had really surprised her. I was lucky. Ling Xiao smiled. He said it was lucky, but in his heart, he thought it was inevitable. From the very beginning, he had made a completely different choice from the others. Moreover, he had obtained the only divine-grade spiritual weapon from the space crack. If he was not first place, who else could be first? However, this was only the first place in the treasure hunt battle, not the first place in the white tiger meet, so he was not too excited. However, at this moment, a very discordant voice sounded. What are you excited about? It's not like you got first place in the white tiger meet. The voice came from the 100-eyed demon lord. Wulong Ling Xiao looked at him with a smile and said, That's right, it's not the first place in the white tiger meet, but it's still better than someone being beaten out by my little girl, right? He had heard this from Cold Plum. Anyway, it was just one sentence, so it was convenient to talk about it. Chapter 19:05. You're talking nonsense. The 100-eyed demon lord would never admit to such a thing. It was obvious that the crowd didn't believe Ling Xiao's words either. I'm talking nonsense? In any case, the Battle of Kings is about to begin. Soon enough, everyone will know who's talking nonsense. Ling Xiao was now very sure that Cold Plum was stronger than the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong. She was even slightly stronger than him when he didn't use his tyrant martial soul. This was also why he thought that Cold Plum had been possessed. Besides him, there shouldn't be any changes to the rest of the rankings. Then, let's continue with the 7th place announcement. Lawless didn't want to continue watching Ling Xiao gloat, so he took the opportunity to speak. But the divine emissary had a strange expression. What's going on? The crowd looked at the divine emissary in confusion. Is there a change? Lawless asked in confusion. The divine emissary nodded. 2nd place goes to Cold Plum. What? This time, the cries of surprise were even louder than before. If Ling Xiao had been lucky enough to take first place, the crowd could still accept it. After all, he had displayed some formidable strength. But what was Cold Plum? She was just one of Ling Xiao's maidservants. What right did she have to take 2nd place? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Lawless was so excited that he rushed over and snatched the report from the divine emissary's hands. He looked at it carefully for a long time before he could confirm that he hadn't seen wrong. He really couldn't understand what had happened in the necropolis of myriad demons for this woman's results to be so high. Although the crystal screen showed the detailed scores, it didn't show what the martial artists had obtained. This was driving him crazy. The Tianhai Holy Court, Water God Temple, Heavenly Demon Cult, and all the other martial artists who hated Ling Xiao had ugly expressions. Ling Xiao had taken first place. Cold Plum had taken 2nd place. Although he didn't know what special benefits would come from being first and second in this treasure-hunting battle, it still made him feel a little unhappy. Lord Referee, please don't be surprised. You said before that the ranking will have a special effect. The higher the ranking, the more benefits you will get, right? What are the benefits? Ling Xiao looked at Lawless and asked. What he was most concerned about now was not the Battle of the Kings. If he joined the Battle of the Kings now, he wouldn't be a match for Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Lei Lai without using his tyrant sky martial spirit. Even if he encountered other top geniuses, it would be difficult for him to win. Therefore, during the gap between the 2nd and 3rd battles, he had to increase his strength as much as possible. If there were any benefits that could increase his strength by ranking higher in the second battle, of course he wouldn't want to miss it. That's right. I did say that I can tell you now. After the second battle, the top 10 martial artists will have the right to choose who to fight and who not to fight. Of course, this only refers to the first few rounds of the competition. In the end, when facing an expert, it is still unavoidable. Lawless explained. TCH, that's it. Ling Xiao was thoroughly disappointed. If that was the case, why did he have to fight so hard? That's not it. After the treasure hunt, the top 10 martial artists will each receive a Rubik's Cube. If you're lucky, you'll get a great opportunity from the Rubik's Cube. Lawless didn't want to let Ling Xiao be so smug. However, he had to say something like this because it was a rule. Otherwise, the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall would naturally change the head referee. Interesting. Ling Xiao nodded, and only then did he leave in satisfaction. He really didn't care who his opponent was in the final battle. He only cared about what benefits he could get if he took first place in the second battle. Master, that spatial crack is actually related to my origins. I'm not someone from the profound world. Sitting in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by their own people, Cold Plum lowered her voice to speak to Ling Xiao. Oh. Ling Xiao didn't stop Cold Plum from continuing. Since Cold Plum wanted to tell him everything, he wouldn't reject. The place I used to live in is called the Feather World. It's the same as the Profound World, a separate plane. Later on, a strong army barged into the Feather World and started massacring the Feathermen. They were all burly giants and called themselves the Sky Clan. They came from the Heaven Realm and had strong fighting power. Since then, the Feather World started a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. I'm the princess of a small country in the Feather World. It's called the Black Feather Nation, and there are only about 100,000 citizens. In order to protect the Feathermen of the Black Feather Nation, Feather King thought of a way, which was to separate the Black Feather Nation from the Feather World. Failed? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. If it wasn't for the failure, he believed that Cold Plum wouldn't have been sold as a slave and the situation in the spatial crack wouldn't have been so miserable. A traitor appeared in the Black Feather Nation. In the end, Feather King, who is my father, resisted with all his might with the army and sent away tens of thousands of Feathermen. Unfortunately, most of them were normal people and children who got separated in the spatial crack. When I came to the Profound World, I was quickly captured as a slave. Cold Plum nodded. While Cold Plum was talking, Lawless had already finished telling them about the events after the treasure hunt and continued to announce the rankings. Ling Xiao is first, Cold Plum is second, Feng Fei is third, Tianhai Tyranny is fourth, Lei Lai is fifth, Sun Ling Chan is sixth, Long Chin is seventh. These were the results of the previous announcements, plus the two dark horses, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. You obtained these memories from the crack, didn't you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. In that space, I not only got these memories but also the inheritance that my father left me. It allowed my strength to increase by leaps and bounds, so I definitely wasn't possessed. Cold Plum emphasized. I believe you. Whether you're a black feather man or a human, it doesn't change anything to me. Speaking of which, there are still changes. At the very least, you can help me more. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Cold Plum smiled, revealing a bright smile that had never been seen before. She was most afraid that Ling Xiao would dislike her after finding out her true identity, but now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Ranked 8th, Zui Linglong. At this moment, the divine emissary finally announced the 8th ranked martial artist, Zui Linglong of the Zhengyi School. So far, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire had occupied 3 of the top 8 spots, which was even more than the Zhengyi School. Even Ling Xiao hadn't expected this result. Originally, he thought that it would be good enough to have him in the top 10, but Long Chun and Cold Plum's performances had completely exceeded his expectations, making him feel gratified. But the following rankings were a little boring, with almost no suspense. Starting from Zue Linglong, it was Xiao Budian, Heavenly Wolf Gentleman, Silver Wolf Princess, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong, Qingqiu Fairy, Qingqiu Lihua, Crown Princess, Lei Tun, Lei Mang, and so on.